agriculture security. So that's one. Another piece of research that I was involved in, this is in 2015, this one. I was asked to analyse data set, and it was interviews that had been conducted with, I'm just going to turn this down a little bit here because I get feedback, that had been conducted with 8 Māori whānau who were living in conditions that were considered to be under the poverty line. I'm not quite sure how that was calculated because I didn't sample this group. But anyway, they were interviewed by a researcher from Whakawhatu Mauri Ora, which was the Māori Sudi Prevention Group. And what was really interesting was that the whānau were asked questions about, you know, their own wealth, how well the whānau were doing, a bit like Te Kupenga asked those questions as well. And even though these whānau were living in material circumstances that were poor, many of them didn't even mention it. I think they would have been surprised if they were told that they were defined as poor. Because when they were asked to talk about their financial situation, most of them, their kids were, how close their whānau were, how important it was to have good relationships within their whānau. And they also talked about, you know, investing time, teaching their kids about tikanga Māori, and also teaching kids te reo Māori and speaking it in the household as being something that was really indicative of their well-being and wealth, as opposed to the fact that they, you know, to be fair, they were living in materially stressful situations. So they were subjectively happy. So this is a couple of quotes. Yeah, well, having all that material stuff, that's kind of like, it's just killing people. We've been along the spectrum of having heaps of money, no money, you know, cars and that, and then no cars. But happiness has always been the thing that we come back to. So again, quite consistent with those comments that I mentioned earlier around, you know, what Māori value. But then at the same time, you know, there's no two ways about it. Whānau were stressed out with money, not having enough money to meet sometimes very basic needs that their children had. And that was one of the things that was really stressful for them, actually, that they couldn't buy or give the children all the things that they wanted. So things like school trips, or even having birthday parties with their friends that they weren't able to afford, those things that were experiential things were out of the reach of some of these whānau, and that was really stressful for them. And then when practical things arose and then unexpected bills cropped up, it was terrible. So this is another comment from that same family. Well, we just can't save. Anything comes up, we fall way behind. We had a tangi 2 months ago, and basically all 3 weeks just killed us. It was way harder when we got back because we had all them bills coming out our ears. So I think, you know, what I found interesting about that study was this real tension between the reality of being resistant to acknowledging material wealth or having money as being a good thing, but at the same time being really stressed out that they didn't have sufficient funds to live in a society really that requires you to have that money in order to be able to, you know, have this kind of good life. So that came out really strongly. That group was a little bit different from another group that I worked with. This was not last year, the year before, and it was a study called Taking Control. This was the one supported by Ngā Puhi and the Commission for Financial Capability. And what we did in this research is we were really lucky to be able to spend, I'm sure that the participants got a bit sick of the study, but it was actually 14 weeks we had with 20 Māori who went through a kaupapa Māori financial literacy training program that was operated by this lovely person down here, Danielle Oakes, and my friend Alexander Stevens. So this is Mauri Ora, she's at the University of Auckland. So what we did is we had a community-based financial literacy education program, commission kind of design, but it was tweaked in order to incorporate Māori examples and ways of engaging in the classroom. It was centred around our core model. And what we did is we put the participants through this financial literacy training, and we also recorded what they talked about in the wānanga every week that they had to attend to. And on top of that, we also asked them to fill out these diaries every day for 14 weeks. I mean, and also talk about, you know, what they spent money on, and also how they felt at the time and the priorities that they had. So that was probably there were unexpected outcomes from that research. I thought that we'd just be looking at the diaries, but what we actually ended up doing, we did look at the diaries, but what we were really interested in is the way that they spoke about money in the actual wānanga. And these were the kinds of things that they said. Money is a dollar value, ultimately. But when we look at the Māori Pacific view, it's how we look after our whānau. We're told to save and put aside our money first, but it doesn't fit with our whānau space. We've been bombarded with messages that don't belong to us. So, you know, very consistent with our identity economics concept. And at the start of the program, some of the participants said, you know, they were saying that they felt like there was only one way to be really focused on money and making that a priority in life, and that would be to accept assimilation into the dominant culture. Now, there was one person that said that. Remember, there's only 20 in the group, but a couple of them were very conscious and intentional around the way that they perceived and talked about money. And they said, look, there's a real dilemma between how much energy and focus in my life I want to put into building up my career and accumulating this money for myself, as opposed to doing the right thing by my whānau, which is, you know, being there for them, being at the marae, engaging with those things that are expected of me. So the ones that were okay, or, you know, they had to really think about their financial situation quite carefully in some cases, because many of them needed to get budgeting advice too, by the way. I mean, they were doing this program for a reason. There was a huge amount of guilt associated with what they perceived as hoarding money. So even things like savings for yourself was perceived in a negative way by some. And I really think that's getting to this idea of the tension between Māori values and then other values in a society that doesn't support them. So there was that consciousness there. And the guilt thing is really interesting because not only did people say that they felt guilty for hoarding money, there was also this idea that, you know, people that did hoard money and Māori that were middle class or well-to-do must have done something bad to get there. And there was this tweet I got from, I found this the other week, it was on Insta actually, and it got taken down. I think the admin might have removed it. But this was from Ngāti Porou. If anyone's on Twitter, you can follow them. I don't know if this is still up. And he goes, I don't know what Buji Māori needs to hear about this, but being Māori doesn't make you exempt from your class, positionality or privilege. You're being uplifted by a system that starves your whanaunga. So thinking about the guilt that I heard people talking about in the Taking Control project, there's also this kind of, you know, criticism as well from, well, that, I mean, I thought, you know, okay, you know, who's hassling about, you know, saving your own money? But then there's this tweet, and there was a lot of discussion around this too, with some people saying, yeah, you know, sellouts, and then others saying, hey, what's wrong with, you know, doing well? Aren't we allowed to have money? So there's kind of this tension there. And I think when I talked about healing in the abstract, what I'm trying to understand, I'm still working my way through it, and what I see in this research is, you know, what are we healing from? Is it the pain of the association of having these imposed values, and is that something that needs to be resolved? Because, you know, at the end of the day, it is good to have financial stability. If you look at whānau that don't have it, there's many problems that come from that as well. So what are we actually kind of healing? So in terms of the themes, sorry, I've just skipped on. I'll just quickly talk about the themes across the study. So what I found in the qualitative research that we've done is that there are these identity forms and attitudes that people have, you know, talking about identity economic rights, which I mentioned before, and those influence how participants feel about and relate to money, even if that might not be fully conscious. It's coming out in the way that they talk about money and also the way they talk about other people with money. A very strong resentment over the loss of the socio-economic base, and I definitely found that the Take and Control project, you know, there were participants there that actually talked about colonisation, taking land away, and how it's not fair on Māori now that we're forced to live in a system that doesn't uphold Māori values. Negative attitudes towards materialism, or what one participant referred to as Pākehā middle class values aren't my values. So that was said to me. Also, you know, I think it's easy to name a whole lot of my values, right? Manaakitanga, whanaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, but very difficult in the reality of some people's lives to actually find practical ways to live those values without feeling like you're compromising or you're risking, you know, your ability to support the whānau. So that comes into it as well. And also this idea of wealth as relational and non-monetary, and a difference to these more ethical Māori values that are perceived as ideal. Also a negative attitude to people that might be seen as selling out on those values. So just, and I mean, I don't want to kind of, you know, bring Sean into it too much, but he did give me a long list of very good examples of Māori organisations, businesses that do the opposite to these things. And I probably won't pick on them here, but you know, they are out there, and you can read about them in the paper often. Now, so what I would just want to kind of finish this bit with a more positive take on what can happen in a business when people are trying to do both, like practically uplift a community and create employment and opportunities for rangatahi Māori, and just, I mean, I should really call Rāniera remote. It's a real environment, but also kind of being realistic and attempting to, you know, ensure that the business that survives. This is from my friend Kitty. Kitty's picture was on the first page. She works at the university. She's the director of the postgraduate diploma for Māori Dev. She's also my flatmate and also my colleague on our Māori Identity project. She's starting a business in Pretoria, that's where she's from, and what she wants to do in that business is create high-value products from kānuka trees. So if you go to Whareponga Valley, where much of the activity around this business is taking place, there's kānuka everywhere, and of course, you know, for many years, mānuka has been where it's at, and everybody kind of ignored kānuka, but she is listening to the whenua. Her view is that this is what the whenua around us is giving us, and we need to listen to that and respond as whānau, as a hapu and iwi here. And when I talk about her work being centred on Māori values, what she's trying to do is build a workforce within her own community there to start to harvest kānuka and work together to do that in order for that to be processed. Now, the challenges with that are that investors are required to purchase the equipment that is needed to process these things, and there's a tension about who gets to invest. If we get an organisation that's not us investing, does that mean that we'll lose control and tino rangatiratanga of our own community, our own economy here? So she's really slowed down the process of actually you know, getting the business off the ground, but she's getting there. Very, very picky about who invests in the business. There's been a lot of resources actually put into this business by the University of Auckland, because there's the research opportunities there for kind of unleashing the potential of kānuka, and there's medical implications as well as health properties. So the university's invested, but she's also really conscious about getting other investors in there that are aligned with the desire to keep power and control within her community. Also, she's very respectful of some of the scepticism actually in the local community around who gets to decide what they do as a group. So she's chosen very wisely her community leaders that are trusted in that community to get whānau. Think about, you know, how I'm from a smallish place myself, from Wakaha. I live in Auckland, but I kind of grew up down here, or between there and Flaxmere and Hastings. And think about how a small Māori community works. Really, it's whānau by whānau, kind of, not, I don't want to say buying into an idea, but being okay with an idea happening and doing their bit to make it happen. If you can get a whole community in on something, you know, Māori are unstoppable, but it's just taking time to get that trust in the process. And I think that trust, you know, think about the things we talked about the imposition of colonisation, foster socioeconomic base, new values. Very hard to win that trust over. So her view is that it takes a long time to do these things. It's not like it's Silicon Valley, it's you know, Whareponga Valley, and things don't move quickly. So she's working on that, and I think that is an example of a conduit for healing. Okay, so that is kind of that first bit of my presentation, just around the different kind of values that I see in some of the data that we've gathered, and also predictions that I see as well. And I thought I'd quickly talk to you about this Māori Identity and Financial Attitude Survey before I wind up. So really, really quickly, in 2017, myself, Manu, and Chris Sibley, who I showed on the first slide, sent out this humongous survey. I actually have the survey here. 340 items. So this is the second round here. We sent this survey out to 100,000 Māori that are registered on the electoral roll as having Māori whakapapa. And one of the things that we wanted to do is actually see the extent to which these values around economic activity are represented in this massive group of people that identify or have ethnicity of whakapapa as Māori. So really quickly, we had 7,019 participants in the sample, which is a small response rate, but I still think it's remarkable because these surveys were really, really long. Any random survey people get mailed generally, they have very small response rates, and we were actually delighted with the spread, I guess, of responses from different iwi. All the 7 major iwi are represented as we think that they should be per head of population, but also very spread across the motu. There was a female bias. There were more females that completed the survey compared to males, but then that's not unusual either, and we can actually control for that when we do the analysis. And of the group, around 53% reported they were of mixed ethnicity Māori Pākehā, and 43% reported being solely Māori. So that mix is about the same as what you find in the census data as well. So we feel that we had a good representation there. A slightly more mature age group, 48, was the mean age of the sample, but we had a really good, with that many people, still had a good representation of kind of 18 to 25 as well. And so that was in 2017. Now, just the second stage over level 4 lockdown actually in New Zealand, we resent the survey online and also in hard copy, and so far we've had 3,116 surveys returned. So we've captured some of the sentiment that was happening during level 4 lockdown, so we can compare that to a couple of years ago as well. So those are still coming in now, those surveys. But very quickly, I don't have my time here. How much time have I got? Maybe 15 minutes? Feedback? Okay. It's very hard not being able to see you all, but I've got about 15 minutes left. One of the things embedded in this huge survey was I call it a measure of Māori identity, but what I think it is it's really a series of statements that people disagree with or agree around being Māori. We ask questions in relation to these 8 different areas. So one of them is how you evaluate being Māori, whether it's good or you don't feel good about it. And some people do feel great about it and some people are not so positive about being Māori because of negative experiences they may have had. We also ask how culturally confident they feel. We also ask how they're connected they are with their whānau and how they define themselves in relation to their Māori community or their own families. The extent to which they understand and kind of follow Māori beliefs around spirituality. So one of the items, for example, is I can sense when I'm in a tapu place. We also ask things like, I believe that I can speak to or I think I can, my tūpuna can even hear me if I want to speak to them. So this kind of idea of connection to tūpuna. We also ask about socio-political consciousness, which really is a huge aspect of the way that people define themselves as Māori. I don't know if I would have said that necessarily a few years ago, but it's beginning to become, I mean, I know it is, but it really is, because more consciousness about history makes you more committed to being Māori. That's what our data shows. Also kind of authenticity beliefs, like, you know, one of the things I've heard people say to me is I never really feel like I'm quite Māori enough to fit in. And we ask people about that directly, you know, what is Māori supposed to be like? What are Māori supposed to be like? And the other thing is perceived appearance. Yeah, 10:30. Oh, sorry, I'm dragging on. I just got a text to say that I better hurry up. No? Aroha mai. That's what happens when you're not in the room, eh? Okay. So just really, really quickly, what we found is there are 6 different groups within the ethnic group Māori, and I'll only show you a couple of slides here. But I'll just show you one question. We asked people what, if they believe that, or the extent to which they were committed to Māori development as opposed to personal financial gain. So this is just one slither of a question in 340 questions. But we said, you know, I would take more money which supports my development, even if it paid less money. It's really important to me that my employer respects my Māori cultural values. If I had to choose between a job that promoted my Māori identity and one which paid great money, I'd take the money every time. And if you have a look at the 6 different kind of groups, and the kind of various percentage, there is a group within Māori world, which I would say are more traditional. They're around 25%. They were more likely to agree with those statements. And then it kind of declines. So there's kind of a middle group here that are mainly urban dwelling, and they're kind of halfway in between a traditional kind of value set and a more individualistic value set. And then there's another group within the Māori, it was about 10% of the population that are completely disassociated from Māori values and basically, you know, indiscernible from Pākehā in a materialistic or value sense. And then there's this other group that's kind of really spiritual in many ways. They like the spiritual side of being Māori, but they don't really buy into the other aspects of it. So, I won't be able to go through the rest of that. So aroha mai for that, whānau. But I guess the main thing that I really wanted to emphasise is this idea that, you know, Māori identity is very diverse. There's been a huge amount of, I guess, influence on the way that we engage with Māori culture and beliefs and values. And I think that there is a real tension for many people that identify as Māori wanting desperately to really adhere to values, but being surrounded and living in an environment that they have to survive in that doesn't support those values, and including values Kāi Tahu as well. Nō reira whānau, kumatu, sorry for going over, and wish I could see your faces, but I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day.
Ka pai, tēnā koe te rangatira Carla, mō tō kōrero ki a mātou, nō reira e rere tonu te mihi ki a koe. I've been told that your koha is in the mail.
Oh, okay.
Ka pai, expect millions and millions of lots of treats.
Thank you so much, and yeah, sorry for going over. I wish I could see you all.
Ka pai, tēnā koe te rangatira. Thank you very much for your kōrero with us today. Nō reira e te iwi e te whānau, ko tēnei te wā e whakawehe tātou ki ngā ruma rangatira. So we're breaking off into our streams currently. For those in stream tahi in the hub, where Kali Te Mai Haroa will be leading that. Ka pai, those of you that are going to stream Rua, you've won the jackpot. Matua Ron Bull, the rangatira, he will be leading that. Good luck to you. Stream Toru and GT04 is Rachel Dibble. And I believe we've got one more in Stream Far, who is being led, the room will be led by James Sutherland. Nō reira, I know that you'll be deciding, oh, geez, which room will I go to now? Good luck with that. It's one of those very intense pātai that we internalise that will lead us to the rest of our lives, I'm sure. So, whānau mā, let's go. Lunch is at 12. The hangi will be up with or without you. So we'll get there in the end. Ka pai, tēnā koutou. Oh, the G rooms? Yes, just up here. And I think we've got some people that will be leading you on. Oh, there they are. The beautiful people here, our beautiful whānau. I'll be looking that way. If you want the Wi-Fi password, who wants the Wi-Fi? Ka pai, there's a lot to go through. I'm going to pin it up over here. If you get trouble, the IT is beside the chaplain's room because it's closer to God. Kia ora. Yes. He pātai pai tērā. So if you ask Kelly, and she'll be able to direct it. Kwena.
I know, yeah. Okay.
You know to it.
Get that pose on. Hey.
I'm always still like this.
Are you good to go?
No boy. Good luck.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Welcome to Stream Tahi. First up, we've got Eru Lee Morgan, and he's presenting on behalf of Jenny Lee Morgan. And their kōrero is Puni Reo, normalising te reo Māori in Poi Tarapiti. Kia ora, welcome Eru.
A piki mai, kake mai, ho mai rā te wai ora ki au e tū tāki wai, e tū tāki wai, e tū tāki wai orai. A huanora e rere tonu ana ngā mihi ki te wāhi ngaro. Mō rātau manaakitanga ki runga i tā tātou hui. Koutou, kai ngā manu pīkoko o te wao nui a tāne, o tere pipi whakao mai, i tēnei o ngā whare takiura, o tākau, o enora kai ngā manu o te punga nehe nehe, puta noa i te motu, a e mihi atu ana kia koutou kai te haukainga. Ai te puku tāwai, e muramura tonu ai te ahi kā, i roto i tēnei whenua o tira tēnei kāinga a tāhua, a e mihi atu ana kia koutou. Kai ngā maunga tārewa, kai te awa moana e kare kare mai ana i waho. Kia pūrā kau nui, ki ngā pari kārangaranga, ki ngā pari ninihi o tēnei takiwā. Taino atu ki ngā wawa, ki ngā manga wai e mihi atu ana. E mihi atu ana ki te kaupapa ko karangatia ai tātou kai ngā whare takiura o te motu. I raro i te tuanui o tō tātou na whare. Tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. E haku tonu ana te manawa. E tangi mō tea tonu te ngākau. E pātuki ana te tarauma. I tēnei tau, he tau nui te tau. He tau, parekura te tau. He tau, māwiwi te tau. He tau maha hārukiruki tēnei tau. O enora, i o tātou tini aitu, o tātou tini mate. E hoki rā koutou ki te kāinga tūturu mo tātou te tangata. Haere rā koutou ki te nia o te mātoru o te pō. I te ririritanga o ngā rangi. Hei reira o tātou mātua tūpuna. E tiaki mai ana mo koutou haere, tiraha, oki oki. O enora hoki mai rā ki tā tātou hui. Koia tēnei. O te ngākau titikaha. O tātou whānau. O tātou hapu, o tira tātou tamariki mokopuna. E whakapuni nei te reo kia oreore. E whakapuni nei te reo kia kurikuri. E whakapuni nei te reo kia whakaminamina, kia mūrere, kia hianga. I raro i te kaupapa nei, o puni reo poe tarawhiti. O enora, te korenga o tōku taha a tāhua. A kai konei ko te wiriwiri nei, te anu nei, e mihi atu ana. O enora e hoki koe Jen ki te kāinga ki o māua, kia māua tamariki. Te aki mai nā i ngā mokopuna, e rua me te hāwhe. Te aki mai rā i te whānau e ruri haere ana i nei wānei. Nā reira ka tiki atu au te kōrero a Carla. Tēnei ao he ao pā heke heke. Tēnei ao he ao huri huri. Tēnei ao he ao pō nifa nifa. He ao hou tēnei ao e noho nei tātou. Koia i rereke aki ai ngā mātā pono, ngā uara. Kua whiua tātou ki tai wiwi, kua whiua rā tātou ko te ao whānui ki tai wāwā. Kua whakanukunuku hia, kua whakanekeneke hia. I roto i ngā tini āhuatanga o tēnei wā. Atu i te mate korona, te uruta, hoi anō, me hoki ake tātou, mate aha, tātou e kaha ai ki a tātou mātāpono, ki a tātou uara, hoi anō mate hoki mai ki te whenua. Ma te whakapapa i o tātou waiwai, ki a papa atuanuku, e rungo ai tātou i te hā, o tō tātou taiao. E rungo ai tātou i te Māori o ngā wāwa e whakahuahua maina i te ata nei. E rungo ai, e pūri ai tātou e ngā hau o tāwhiri mātea. E rungo ai tātou i ngā hau, i ngā hā, i te ri, i te rō, i te rū, i te rā, o tāne, o te wao nui, o te wai tai, o te wai tī. Bueno, Ai whakamihi atu i te kauhau a tērā o tātou ahorangi a Carla. Ko tā tātou e kimi nei, ko tā tātou e hahau nei. Me pēhea e mauri tau ai tātou i tēnei ao huri. Nō le rau ka mihi ki te whare wānanga nei, ki te whare takiura, te mata wānanga me ki o tākau. Ko whakaritea mai ai tēnei wāhi. Kia tau ai ngā waiwai ki te whenua. Kia tau ai o tātou hinengaro, me o tātou whatumanawa, o tātou ngākau. Kia tātou anō. E kore mahu e ngā mihi i tēnei wānanga tātou e kia nei ko te kaitiakitaka. Nei au ka mihi ki oku ki ngā manu ia, me ngā manu ao. Nō rātau te mana o te rangi. Nō rātau te mauri o te rangi. Nō rātau te tiki-tikitanga o ngā hau o runga. Nei au ka mihi ki ngā taniwha. Ngā taniwha hiki uroa o ngā wawa, o ngā moana. E pō tere mai nā, e niwhaniwha mai rānei i waho. Atahi au ka mihi ki ngā tipua. Koutou o te wā kāinga nei. E te aki mai nei i tō tātou tai au. E kore waiho te kaha o ngā mihi ki runga ki a koutou. Hoi anō rā, hei tua papa mō tā tātou kaupapa e kia nei ko te kaitiakitanga. Tēnā koutou e ngā tipua. E hoki ai tātou ki te Māori. Ai whakahua mai ai i roto i ngā tau. I te kre me reo Māori. Wai ko tahi te kaumātahi. Nā tā he mihenare te kōrero. Ko te reo Māori. Te Māori o te mana Māori. Nā reira ka tiki nā tu au mātou. Ko ngā waia te tui. Tēnei kaupapa. Ai whakaore i a tātou. E hoki ai tātou ki te mātāpono, ki te mātāpuna me ki o te reo Māori. Nō reira he kaupapa whakaore tēnei, maroto mai te ao hākinakina. Ko te hei waka, whakarauora i tō tātou reo. Ki te horopaki o hākinakina. Ana, ko te poi tarawhiti, te hākinakina, a tuatai. Koe no. Nā te ahu o te reo, e rangahau reo Māori whakahaeretia e te motu i raro i te rangahau mātauranga o Aotearoa, New Zealand Council of Education Research. Nō taua rangahau, ka tipu, ka hua, ko ngā whakakitenga o ngā hāpuri o te motu, ko te rangahau, whakamutunga tēnei mai noa i te rangahau reo Māori, i te tau whetu te kau mā ono, ia Richard Benton, rawa ko tōna hoa rangatira nin. Nā i roto i ngā whakakitenga o tēnei rangahau I mea ai te iwi, ko tā mātou e he ana, kia kimi hia he wāhi, I tuātu I o tātou marae, I tuātu I o tātou kura, kia whakaore ai te reo Māori. Hei wāhi haumaru, hei wāhi ātawhai, hei wāhi āhuru, mua tātou tamariki, mea o tātou whānau, kātahi. Nā, no taua rangahau, I whakatīnana tia ai te kaupapa o puni reo. Ana, ko te terenga mai tēnei o tā tātou kaupapa o puni reo. Nā ko te aria o te kupu puni, e tika i ngā kōrero i te atana i a horomona. Kāre he kupu kotahi ki te reo Pāke hei whakamārama i tō tātou reo. Ahakoa ko tahi te kupu i nā kē te whānui me te whāroa o nā whakamāramatanga tōna pūrākau. Koe nā ko te puni he kaupapa i ahu mai i runga anō i te āhuatanga o te nuku me te neke o tātou tūpuna i runga i te mata o te whenua. Kāre noho ki te wāhi kotahi. Koe no rā, ma te kāinga tahi ka ora kāinga rua, ka nuku, ka neke. Ana koia tētahi wahanga o tēnei whakamārama o te puni, ahakoa haere ai tātou kihia, e tai ai tātou te puni haere, te whakapuni i a tātou. Nō reira ka mihi ki a tātou e puni nei, e noho puni nei. Tātou e noho puni nei ki te whakatairanga i te kauai o te reo ki konei, e rongohia i te reka o tō tātou reo ki te mata o te whenua. Nō reira, koia tēnā o te tikanga, o te puni, e huri rawa ki ai ki te puni haere o ngā tira haere o te motu. Nā ko puni reo poi tarawhiti, i tīmata ai, a haunga i te tau rua tēnei tau, i tāre wai te kaupapa i te mate uruta. Koe nora i tīmata ai ngā tau e rua ki muri te tau rua mano te kau māwaru, ki roto o Waitakere, ki te rohe o Tāmaki Makaurau. Nā, he mahi nui ki te whakakao mai, ki te whakatena, ki te aki i a tātou tamariki, kia tai ki ngā papa tākoro. Engari, te rongohanga tuatahi o ngā tamariki, he kaupapa reo Māori, ko kotahi katoa, ngā kura o Tāmaki ki tēnei huinga. Nō reira neke atu i te ono te kau no atu ngā kura, ono te kau neke atu ngā tamariki i whakakotahi ki te kaupapa, i te aha, i runga anō i tō rātou mōhio, he kaupapa rangatira, he kaupapa mana motuhake, he kaupapa a whakatōpu i a rātou ki te reo Māori. Kātahi, kā rua, o te rere, o te reo, he reo Māori, o ngā pauako, o ngā kaiwawao, o te hunga whakahaere, o te hunga taunaki, a taino atu ki te hunga i tākoro i ngā kēmu. Nā, ko te hāngai, tētahi kaupapa, kia hāngai te reo. Kia hāngai te reo ki te hākinakina e kia nei poi tarawhiti. Mā, ngā hangara, nā reira i whakaaro auaha, mātau ki te hanga mai, ki te waihanga mai tētahi taupānga, tautono, pū manawa rānei, kia whakakōrero te ai te reo. Hei rau e mi. I noho, i runga anō, i enei rangahau. Ko te whakakao mai rānei ngā kupu kōti kē e ngā tohunga, ngā mātanga reo, i roto i ngā whātekau tau, mai noa i ngā kaupapa whakapāho, hā kina, a he mana wāka, a wai atu rānei. Wa tiki nātu e rā kupu, me ngā kupu a te taurawhiri, I tū atu I tērā, I noho katoa etahi o te hunga o ngā āpiha, ngā kaiwawao, ngā pauako, I noho anō mātou I raro I te wānanga. I wānanga ai mātou etahi kupu ki hai pēr I whakatākupe, I whakakōputu hia rānei ki ngā pātaka kupu pōti kē te tuhia. Nō reira, I tiki atu I noho wānanga ki te ata whiriwhiri etahi atu kupu, I runga anō I te wairua, I runga anō I te whakaaro Māori. Kia rere ai te reo, hei pātaka kupu, mā ngā tamariki, hei pātaka kupu, mā ngā pauako, hei pātaka kupu, mā te hunga tākoro. Koe no, haere tonu, tēnā wiriwiri. Haere tonu. Yeah, carry on, please. Ko ngā hangarau e nei. Hoi no, I roto I tā mātou rangahau, te kaumā whā ngā rangatahi I whiua ki ngā pātai. I runga anō I ngā tau e rua I whakahaere te ai tēnei whakataitai. Hara I te mea ko te whakataitai te mea nui, ko te reo Māori ke. Ahakoa te poi tarawhiti, te horopaki, hoi no rā, ko noho mai te poi tarawhiti hei waka. Hei waka whakakōrero I a tātou tamariki ki te reo Māori, noho rumaki ai te reo Māori. Hoi no te kaumātahi ngā pakeke I whiua ki ngā pātai. Nā nei ngā kōrero I puta mai I te hunga rangatai. Ko te kaupapa o punireo ki a rātou kōrero, o tira ki o rātou whakaaro, ma te mahi tahi, ma te kōrero. Ko te tikanga tonu o te punireo hei tā rātou, kia whakanui ake I o rātou reo. O tira tō tātou reo. Ngā hua, I roto I ngā ui ki ngā tamariki nei, te kaumā whā, ko te wairua. Ko te wairua taputahi, ko te aroha, ko te noho I roto I te hohunutanga o te ao Māori, mo te roa ngātu o te rā. Ko ngā whakakitenga ngā pakeke huki, I kite e rātau, I runga anō e rātau, ko te wā tuatahi tēnei, kua kōrero nui tia e rātau tamariki te reo Māori mo te roanga o te rā, hoki rawa ki te kura, hoki rawa ki te kāinga, Māori tonu te reo. Eira koenei etahi o ngā pāinga I puta ake ngā hua o punireo poi tarawhiti. Kei ware huki tātou, ahakoa ngā hua kia mahara tātou I te tau kua mahue, I tātāhia etahi o tātou tamariki I roto o tauranga moana. Te kura o mauao, te kura o te matapihi. Taino atu ki etahi o ngā kura I roto o te rakipai whenua. I whiua rātau mo te kōrero Māori. I whakahāwea rātau mo te kōrero Māori ki runga I o rātau papatākoro. Nō reira, ia tātou e kōrero ana I te ao rangahau, ko tētahi wahanga o tēnei rangahau, me pēhea e noho haumaru ai a tātou tamariki, ahakoa hea te kaupapa. Noho ai a tātou tamariki o tātou whānau. Puta atu ana e enei whare, enei wāhi kōrero Māori, ka pēhea rātau e noho haumaru ai roto I o tātou hāpuri. Koera tētahi wero nui mō tātou haere ake nei. Nara ngā whakamārama. He mea ana, kia ata prihi mana hia, te reo Māori e kōrero tia ana. Kia whakahaere etahi wātene, katipa rānei, āpiha rānei ki te ata whakamātautau, me he mea kōrero Māori ana, e kōrero Pākehā, e kua huri rānei ki te reo Pākehā. Nōrere, enei etahi o ngā whakakitenga hei whakapakari anō I tā tātou kaupapa o punireo. Bueno, heha kei tua mō punireo poi tarawhiti. Ko puta I ngā whakakitenga nei a ngā tamariki me ngā pakeke, e kaupapa tino angi tū a punireo. Hei kaupapa whakarau ora reo. E hara I te mea ko te kaupapa whakarau ora reo anake. Ko ngā mātā pono e kōrero hea ke nei e Carla, anei tētahi tauira. Ia tātou e huri haere ana, e pāheke haere ana I tēnei au huri. Kia tū, kia tau. Mā roto I te taunga mai, o roto I tētahi kaupapa whenei, e tae e tātou te whakatīnanga I ngā uara, I ngā mātā pono e whakahuahua maina e Carla I roto I tana whakaaturanga I te ata nei. Ko kitea ngā hua I roto I ngā mātā pono e whakatīnana tia ana e a tātou tamariki mokopuna e o tātou whānau I roto I te horopaki, I raro I te maru me ki o punireo poi tarawhiti. E rua atu anō ngā puni reo, ko puni reo ki ōrahi, ko puni reo poi pātu, ara te squash, taihua ake nei, he puni reo anō kei te haere. Hutu paoro, pāpaoro, poi tūkohu. Engari anō, te tino wawata me te hau te ngākau o ngā tamariki, kia hoki tātou ki ngā hākina kina Māori. Ara ki ōrahi tērā. Matariki tērā, hopu I te ariki tērā. Mūtōrere, ara atu ngā hākina kina Māori take ake. Oe nora, o kitea te hua o ngā mahi, ngā hua o ngā waiwai I rapa. Oe no, huri noi tō tātou na whare, e mihi atu ana. Kia koe eruera, tēnā koe, eruera tahi, eruera rua tēnei, e mihi atu ana, kia koe ahoa. Haria tēnei ki ōrahi, haria tēnei kaupapa, ki te māngai pāho, ki te taurawhiri I te reo Māori, ki te mātāwai, kauwhautia te rongo pai o puni reo. Hei kaupapa whakarau ora reo, mō tāua, mō tātou e noho ake nei. Huri noi ngā kokoru e whao tō tātou na whare. Tēnā koutou, tēnā hoki tātou katoa. Me mihi atu ki o tātou manu me ki ngā tūi o tō tātou e re haere ana mai tētahi pito. Hoi no ko tau mo tēnei wā. E tikai tā tātou tau, whakatau anō I a tātou I raro I roto I ngā whiunga o te wā. No re rau ka mihi kia koe Kelly e arataki mai ana I tēnei wahanga. Kia koutou I huri mai ai o koutou nataringa, o koutou kamo, kia mātaki. Kia whakarongo ai ki enei kōrero ao tātou tupuna. Tātou e tauwhiro nei a tātou. Tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Eru. Thank you very much for that. If you've got any questions to ask Eru, I'm sure you can catch him up over lunchtime. Our next speakers, we have a rōpū, quite a big rōpū. Better put my glasses on. So many ingoa here. So next up I welcome Te Pora Emery, Fiona Cram, Beverly Tehuia, Reti Reo Fox, Te Apira Tehuia, Kathleen Morrison, Violet Aiden Poe, Zach Makoare, TK Pohatu, sorry TK, I didn't get back to you yesterday, and Morehu Munro. And their kōrero is Poipoia Te Kākano Kia Puawai, and he kaupapa rangahau I Te Ao Hurihuri.
tērā. A tihei Mauri Ora, tēnei tā mātou mihi ki a koutou e hara mai nei ki te whakarongo ki etahi o mātou mahi, mahi rangahau, tērā pē ki te kōrero i nā kua nei. He Māori tātou, haere tonu tātou i ngā wāka tō ki te whai, te mātauranga ki te whakamārama mātou i o tātou i a tātou haerenga ki te ao Māori. Nō reira, anei etahi o mātou rōpū, ko tāwhiri mātia te raru i ngā pō. Hoki atu etahi mātou ki a rātou kāinga. Kei te kaha, etahi o nā rōpū. Nō rei, kuri te pai māku ki te kōrero ki roto i tērā, nō reira, kia koutou kātou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora anō tātou katoa, kei te tūtonu ngā mihi kua mahia, nō reira ko tāku e tūana e tautoko nāna i aua mihi. Nō reira, e ngā mana e ngā reo, e ngā kārangarangatanga maha kei wainganu i a tātou, tēnā anō tātou katoa. Ko tēpura Imri ahau, no toiho mai i Rotorua, and I put our apologies in for Fiona. She couldn't land last night in her plane and she's back in Auckland, nō reira, ngā mihi hoki ki aia. Our research program is called Pui Pui o te Kākano kia Puawai. It sits within the Building Better Homes, Towns and Cities, Kaingatahi Kaingarua stream of the National Science Challenge. And it came about when our mission is here, co-created innovative research that will contribute to transforming the systems and organisations that shape built environments to deliver homes and communities that are hospitable, productive and protective. The research came about when whānau, the call went out for expressions of interest and they wanted a research program rather than a separate research project, and at that point in time we had whānau coming to us who were asking us to answer their research questions. And so rather than us going in there as researchers to answer whānau research questions, we said to the whānau, well, how about you guys answer your own research questions? And so what we've done is brought four whānau groups together. We helped them to develop their research questions. We helped them to shape their research proposals. And when we were successful in our research application to the Building Better Homes, Towns and Cities, Kaingatahi Kaingarua research stream, we gave the money to the whānau to be able to do their own research. So rather than us going in there and extracting data and writing it up as our papers, we've handed over the resources to the whānau to do their own research, and today we want to let the whānau talk for themselves about the work that they're doing in their homes. It's about whānau return to whenua Māori, to their homes, and about the restoration of papakainga, and about hauora Māori through the return to whenua and being able to live there sustainably and comfortably. Can you change our slide for us, please? Inogo. I'm going to move on because we want to get to our whānau. Okay, Kathleen Morrison and Violet Aiden Poe, they're from Te Kaha. They are restoring their wetlands. They're not here today, Kathleen is not well, but when they first put their proposal in to restore the wetlands, the feedback that we've got was, the feedback that came back from the funders was, well, how's that related to people? How's that related to housing? And the response that came back, the response that we made to them was from Kathleen and Violet was that, well, we've moved home, we've established our house, we're very comfortable now, and we want to restore the wetlands as the home of Ngā Tamariki a Tāne, Ngā Tamariki a Tangaroa as our neighbours and as the people that we need to live with. We want to restore their homes so that we can all live together. And so that's what they're up to. The next whānau that we have is the Mahue Pera Ahu Whenua Trust, and I'll let Zach introduce himself. Nō reira, me mihi nei ki a koe, Zach, kai a koe te wā.
Kia ora tātou whānau. Ko Zach Mākwari tuku ingoa tātoku māna Ngāti Porou, tātoku pāpa Ngāti Kahungungu. I've only got 6 minutes, so I'm going to try and make it go really well. I'm from a little place called Flaxmere. I live there. I didn't want to show any pictures specifically of our Papakainga site, but maybe give you an insight to where we come from to where we're heading. Right now, we've got a lot of issues around suicide. We've got a lot of issues around methamphetamine and a huge issue around the gangs. Last week, I buried my brother-in-law. So 100 gang members turned up. He was in the gangs. On our marae, we don't allow the patches inside the wharenui. And if you can see the story that I'm about to tell you about standing up, and my kōrero about the Papakainga is around what we see in leadership. So I had probably 60 of them inside the wharenui and I asked them to remove their gear. Quite a few of them walked out, some of them took their gears off. I was instructed by our kaumata at the time. But the thing about it is that it all comes back to how we teach our children at home on what we value. So I guess that's the starting point of a Papakainga for me. So I've worked in the mental health sector for a very long time. I lost a boy to suicide in 2000. I've been doing a lot of work down here at Pukitaraki in Karatani over the last 9 years. In January of this year, I just brought down around 70 odd kids and 30 adults. And we spent 10 days in the South Island around wellbeing. So in our Papakainga, we're going to have these homes, all the homes are going to be there. But the unique thing about it is that it's going to have a whare oranga. I only told you the first part because that's how we're going to help our whānau. One of the things that we've realised is that we don't want to leave whānau behind because a lot of them, 96 of them, are landowners. And some of these people are in the Mungo Mob and Black Power. So our idea was on this side of the po, we've got people that are accepting of our kaitiakitanga, all the tangas, manakitanga, arohatanga. But on the other side of the po, which is going to be very interesting, and I never thought this up on my own, I might add. This is research that we've done from our worldview. I'm a freezing worker of 20 years. So our research has told us that we're better to deal with it this way, that we welcome our people to our oranga space, to our wellbeing space, and we talk to them about what it would be like to be a kaitiaki of the future. And how do we manaki people in a respectful manner? Two things I pointed out in our tangi for my brother-in-law. One, he was very, very respectful. And the second thing about him, he was very generous. So you can imagine me saying to everybody that was in the crowd, those are the two things I'd like to say to you as gang members. He was very respectful. Normally, back in Kahungungu, they have a few beers after the tangi. Well, I was saying to them, 4:30, we're shutting up shop and everybody's going home and there's a cup of tea. That sort of respect, that sort of mana, being nice and clear to everybody. So I just wanted to say that because in our Papakainga space, we see that as being really important. And for the last 20 years, I've been doing the rangatahi space, generating that type of leadership. More around a servant mentality. Those are not my thoughts, they're thoughts from Mason Jerry, who's been helping me on this journey. So if you can understand that our research for this particular kaupapa is not something that we just want to serve as words, but more about the action. So as I say, I just wanted to share that small part with you. I'm happy to take any questions later on. I'll be over there having a cup of tea. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
The reason I went and sat over here is because today is the first time that we've all met. Due to COVID, we have never had a face-to-face meeting. So this is the first time we met in person, and the first time I've had the opportunity to sit and listen to the stories from our whānau, our kanohi. So, tēnā koe, Zach, and morihu.
Kia ora anō koutou. I'm part of the rōpū, but I don't look at papakainga, restoration and things like that. I look at mātauranga Māori solutions for people either returning back to their papakainga or people that have stayed there. I know there's a lot of kupu around about what those people are, but I take a lot of inspiration from my dad, and he called them ahi ka e noho ana, ahi ka haere atu hoki mai, and ahi ka moe mate. I was lucky as a child. We grew up 100 metres away from our marae. The marae my grandfather built, his name was Moruhu Munro. My father was born in the house that our grandfather built. So we all took it for granted. We just assumed everybody lived like we did. We lived in a hapu where mum and dad were mum and dad, but every nanny and every papa controlled what you were doing. They were your monitors. They were deciding your future before you even knew you had that future. You were either a horse rider, if you're in the river, you were a swimmer, you were going for kaimona, era atu mahi. And so I was really fortunate to be brought up in that lifestyle. My father grew up, there were 9 of them, there was one farm. And back in his time, it was the hapu that decided who stayed on the and who had to leave. Father, he was the one paying. He was actually the one. So that was a huge shock for him, massive shock. So my research is around what happened when he came home, and that includes the time I was 16, brothers and sisters had either gone to the freezing works, but that's not for me. I can't do this. And so I left home and spent 30 years. Then I came home. I'm in this law Fiona Cram. I work with Fiona's sister, the teacher of our Kura. I went away and tutored by Meihana Jury, Ihirangi Heke. As my friend in the background knows well, I got my degree in Mauri Ora, postgrad diploma in Māori health. The last thing I expected to do was to be here talking in front of you fellas about a research project. What I do know, I've only got 6 minutes, what I do know, there is resentment between haukainga, ahi ka e noho ana, and ahi ka hoki mai. I read a wonderful thesis, I'm not going to put her on the spot, but I read a wonderful thesis that was written many years ago. And here I am researching it and getting the same kōrero coming back to me. And so my question to this person that wrote the thesis, why am I doing the same thing? Because exactly what you put in your thesis 12 years ago is exactly what's happening now. All the speakers about te reo, ko te reo rangatira te menui. If we hope to join ourselves together, ko tērā te tino waka. Before I came home, I had no reo. My father was sitting in the kōhanga on the Mātauranga branch. So I knew I had to learn te reo Māori. The situation we're facing now through research, the situation we're facing now, if we hope to tighten the gap, te reo rangatira is the real component. We talk about words like manaki, mana aki. Koera te tino tikanga o tērā kupu. To lift the mana of everybody that is around us. Now, if we look at that as an example of Mātauranga Māori solutions, and we spent all day lifting the mana of everyone around us, and they were doing the same for us, ko mutu te mahi. You know, I know that for some of us it's a moi moia. My tamariki go to Kura Kaupapa Māori. All my children have been to Kura Kaupapa Māori. My mokopuna is too, he will be going there. So our challenge through research, and this is not my desire, this is research, my challenge to us all is, if we need something to join us together to join the gap, perhaps we should be looking at what's most important to us as Māori. I hope my 6 minutes is over. I actually said to Te Porou, I've got a tau parapara that's 10 minutes long. I really enjoy what I do, and like Te Porou said, this is the first time we've come together as a group. But to be clear, my part of the research is not about housing. It's not about building houses on Papakainga. It's about the anxiety people face. You know, the dreams they had going away for 30 years, building a welfare fund, coming home, and what faces them, what confronts them, and how do we negate that? Through research, hopefully, we'll come up with some common denominators that will assist all our people that want and should come home. Nō reira, nō ko mutu taku kōrero ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou.
I'm just assuming I'm next. Ai, tika. Morena koutou, and thank you for the invitation. Ko Beverly te huia Ellison ahau, no Pakipaki ahau, engari kei wai marama ahau e noho ana. I'm lucky enough to be part of this research. I trained as a clinician for 20 years and came to the conclusion that the health of Māori and the well-being of Māori lie in the being more Māori. And so having this opportunity to be part of this, I naturally want to explore how being more Māori contributes to our well-being of Māori. So this is a picture of my lovely kāinga, Waipuka, our lands of Waipuka, better known to those from Hawke's Bay as Ocean Beach. This land was given back to us after a significant length of time in leases, known as perpetual leases, and in the 90s was returned to us. So us as a hapu, Ngāti Mihiro, we were born and raised in Tahauke and Pakipaki, inland approximately probably 30 kilometres. And after the leases were over, our whānau started to move back to the coast, as we once did when we had all our lands in place. So this research is really a story. It's a pūrākau about a hapu who is moving back onto their whenua after being inland Māori and now finding our place on coastal Māori. So my colleague Fiona Cram, whom I work with in Māori Health, heard about this story of ours and how we're making papakainga, and we have just built a bridge across that awa. Wanted to explore more about what is it about papakainga that contributes to wellness. we had an idea that instead of it being so much led by the adults in our whānau, we decided it should be led by our rangatahi. So this research is as much a story about a hapu on the move, as well as the dreams of our rangatahi who know no other. And so I've brought along two of our rangatahi, two daughters, a baby at the back and a niece. And this project has been going for a year. And when we first got together with the rangatahi, my nieces and nephews' children, I asked what it is that the papakainga meant to them and what they want out of the papakainga. Because natural whānau politics meant that we couldn't identify collectively or agree what it is our papakainga should be or stand for us. We're still struggling. And while we struggle, our rangatahi have moved past and they know what it is they want. And our whānau are still deciding where this driveway or their post office box is going. So in this concept of papakainga, they identified the rangatahi, the concept of kaitiakitanga. And what does that look like? And what does that mean to be kaitiakitanga of your whenua? And not just the whenua anymore, but the moana nui a kiwa. And so I consider my role in this project as a facilitator who facilitates the desires of our rangatahi. There's approximately 45 rangatahi who currently live out on that land, and we have 12 homes being built soon. And we come together often, and I'll let them explain their story. So I'll introduce to you Peti Reo Fox. Kia ora.
Kia ora anō koutou. Ko Piti te rangi tōku ingoa. Ko Maia te huia. Kia ora. And we're from Hawke's Bay, but we are talking about our rangatahi program at Waipuka, which is that photo, as Auntie said. So basically, the program was made for myself and my cousins to learn more about our whenua and more importantly, learn how to take care of it for future generations. So in our first meeting, we talked about what we want to achieve and what we want to learn. So one of the first things that was very clear was we all wanted to learn a bit more about te ao Māori. So our first lesson was in July, and we met with Piripi Smith, and he taught us te maramataka and how to navigate using the stars. And he took us to the Māori compass, and he taught us the legends behind the names, and he taught us how our tupuna used the stars to navigate here to Aotearoa. We also hope to use these skills that he taught us to sail to Mahia in the summer, where we're going to learn more about their sustainable fisheries so we can bring it back to our whenua.
Kia ora. Hi, I'm Maya, and throughout this year we've been doing a whole bunch of projects that we've been learning and doing. As rangatahi, learning how to be kaitiaki, one of our main projects were looking at our marine life and seeing if it is sustainable and it is maintaining well. So we did this project called power reseeding, which is basically we measure our power and count them and to see if they're going well and everything's ka pai. And our whānau have actually done something that we're pretty proud of, but Peti will be explaining that since, yeah.
We basically decided to put install a rāhui on our whenua, which will help it to just heal and recover in the next 2 years. So hopefully it will flourish for our next generation.
So our people can't hunt or dive for the next 2 years. So our waipuka, so it can like nourish and thrive. So for the next generation, we could have like heaps of feeds and yeah. The next project we did was looking through our reefs and on our reefs to see if everything is good. And yeah, so thank you.
Yes, so it's been quite an interesting journey. There hasn't been much action and visibility in our kaitiaki out along our moana for the last, I'd say, decade. And since the rangatahi have showed huge interest, there's been a big resurgence to the point where we've just put in an application for a rāhui along the coast of Waipuka all the way to Waimarama. And I think it extends to Porou. I'm not sure. But to stop the taking of any more power. And so this is after 1 year of being quite active in this space. So it's quite exciting to see what might become with just a little bit of injection of some pūtea for these rangatahi to just come together. And it's just through their coming together, or that whanaungatanga, that they've created this amazing space. So Piripi Smith, he was the captain of Te Matawa Māui, one of the 8 traditional waka that sailed around the world with the other traditional waka, and met in the other Polynesian places using only the navigational tools that he was taught in Tahiti. And he's got a dome, a star dome that he put up in the meeting house, and it had all the constellations of any time, of any place in the world. And I have never seen 45 children, including a 2-year-old, sit quietly amongst these stars for 2 hours while he told this pūrākau about the stars. And since then, our kids go every Thursday, our children, our rangatahi, sorry, go every Thursday to learn how to sail this waka that he used. And we hope to use it to sail around to Mahia to learn more of their fishery and their sustainability programs. So kia ora tātou.
We've been told we've got a little bit more time, so we just wanted to open it up to anybody who might have any questions of these wonderful people.
Facebook page.
Of course.
I made a Facebook page.
So, because I work with Fiona and she heard about the program, she kind of brought it all together, and I said, great, let's just do this. The rangatahi were coming together anyway. So the Facebook page is just a communication tool when we come together, what is it they want to see. I don't go on Facebook. And so these kids are given a koha, and they're given some money to have these roles, which they take quite seriously. We've just got a position, so we have a committee that meet to discuss the Waipuka lands. For one of our rangatahi, the position on there, and I've just after a few discussions. So now they can be brought into the discussions as something and validate their roles.
If I can add to the kōrero that Beverly and the girls are giving. So from the research I'm doing through our own marae and our own hapu. We now have rangatahi. One was down here doing his environmental studies degree. So we've now got them back in our marae, contributing towards the kaitiakitanga of te whakakinui aroa. The conflict that happens with that is between traditional thoughts and tēnei ao. And so we have rangatahi coming home really educated. You know, they are on point. I think through the research I've done, impatience is a patu to what we do in the future. There is value in ahika. There is real value in the home people. Trying to get them out of the old ways in a tikanga Māori way is our challenge. Now have really educated young Māori coming home to contribute to the welfare of their people. So in a mātauranga Māori world, how does that work? Now we're all on trust, we're all on marae trust, we all know the battles that go on there. You know, is it fair for our rangatahi to be confronted with those issues? Or is this the time to do it? You know, through research, we will find what is the best solution. There's no doubt in our mind the future belongs to our rangatahi, but we need to protect them and bring the old into the new.
Kia ora. I just want to make one point around papakainga for me from the past. So in Kahungungu we got Te Aute College, 160 years, St. Joe's Hukariri. So that's been papakainga. That was put there for a reason. It was to protect the lands, educate our rangatahi. What we're doing right now is something that we've done in the past. And if you keep that momentum going, you'll learn more than we will all experience, I guess. But the housing part of it isn't the value. So I'm selling a house to go into papakainga, but it isn't actually the house where your equity, where your power base, where your financial broker is. It's in the people. That's why whānau can't get over why are you doing that, to knowing that in papakainga space, you can never own the whenua. So I just thought I'd bring that up around, you've already got establishments that have been going for a long, long time. They've been a papakainga for our whānau in education throughout the motu. The last point I want to make, in 2000, in 99 I came to Puketaraki, came down here and I saw what was going on. In 2007, we was able to influence the iwi to have a look at where they could get power seeds from, the reseeding of power seeds. In 2011, the reseeding program started in Waimarama, Porere, in Porongahau, 60,000 power seeds. And that's some of what these young ones have been doing. So I think, you know, that sort of vision thinking is really paramount in the area of this stuff. We've tended to just go ahead without researching. Māori have just done it without doing the research. And that's just how we are. We're very entrepreneurial. So, ka pai.
Nō reira e te whānau, ko mātou tēnei, te whānau o te poipoia i te kākano kia puawai, e mihi nei kia koutou katoa, ana ka huri ki ngā puti o Ngāti Kahungungu, hei kai waiata. Haina mana. Yeah? I need to pop them up. I don't mind keeping on. Okay.
ko tiro Māori e, tiro Māori e, tiro Māori e. Tatai taroa ka toru ko tiro Māori e, taku ripe me pā. O makawe hoki, ngā rua te tā. Ko te pare huia e tohu rangatira e. Orongo mai wahine no nuku taurua e. Piki ake, kake ake ki te mahia e. Nā te pāua o pe anu ana koe rongo mai e. Maranga mai e, hine gaere taua e. Rongo mai wahine no nuku taurua e. Kia wehi. Kia wehi.
Kia ora.
Okay, whānau, we've got about 10 minutes before the kai's ready. Does anyone have any questions for Eru? From the first. Is he gone? Okay. We'll see you for the hangi over here in about 10 minutes. Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Our next speaker is Haki Kio. His kōrero is tangata whenuatanga, whenua versus property. Kia ora.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa koutou huhu kawa ke ki rungi I tēnei kaupapa o te rā, ngā mihi ake. Tino mataku au. Nāi nei, ko tai mai au I tērā poe engari, kāre whakaia tamata tāwhiri māte, no reira ka whakahoki ana mātou ki tāmaki, ko tai mai I tēnei rangi. Ko tōku whakapapa he uri ahau no te iwi o Ngā Puhi, mai o hoki anga hakapau karakia, he uri whakapapa au ki reira o Ngāti Korokoro, te rōrua Ngāti Whātua, ki tā hao tōku kranima kuia, he uri whakapapa ia no Taranaki, Tatiawa, Ngāti Mutunga me Ngāti Maru Whānu. Nā ko hau tēnei ko Haki Kio, ko tōku mahi, ni mahi au ki Toyoho mai, ki Rotorua me Tauranga Moana. O reira ka mihi atu ki a koutou tēnei wā. Kia ora everybody, my name is Jack Kio Haki from Toyoho mai up in Tauranga and Rotorua. And my whakapapa is to the, firstly on my father's side to Hokianga, to the north, from the forest of the Waipawa, Te Rorua, Ngāti Korokoro, me Ngāti Whātua me ki, and then on my krani mai he uri whakapapa mai o te maunga tito hi a Taranaki. And so I guess I start off with that because that's half of the perspective that I'm supposed to share comes from that narrative. So ahakoa he mataranga Māori, he tēnō Ngā Puhitanga i tēnei kōru. And so my particular mahi e toi mai, I'm the Associate Dean of the School of Business. So I look after all our business, legal studies and immigration programs. And when I studied at Victoria University in Commerce, majoring in Māori business. At a time where there was no real Māori business as such, we were still in the pre-treaty settlement stage. So I saw it evolve over the last 20 years with a different lens, I suppose. And then I did my master's here at Otago University on entrepreneurship. Had a bit of a challenge there because my whakaaro on entrepreneurship was always from a Māori perspective. And so there was a couple of assignments where I just put my own whakaaro there about planning, being generational. Even started a kaupapa saying that long-term planning for me is 6 generations. And then I had to prove that. And I said, well, I'll go back 6 generations and I hit the tiriti. So those are my tupuna that signed for me today. Therefore, I've got to sign for them tomorrow. And so all my lecturers were Pākehā, but in saying that they were eager to learn why I thought the way I thought. And there might be some kaupapa that come through here too that may be a bit different. The whakaaro that I'm working on today is tangata whenua, and it comes from kaupapa where earlier this year I had a call from some first cousins over maunga pukeroa in the Maniapoto, Hangatiki. The concern was there was a development that was applying for consent and it was likely to go through. But the whakapapa of this maunga is that it's from Maniapoto himself and the bones that are buried up there, but there was no evidence as such to prove or the connection to say that it had any worth outside of cultural values. And so I could see where this was heading. And so I went there to help tautoko the whānau in presenting their case on behalf of mana whenua. The problem is that I'm also a business person where I saw the business case and was really excited. What a wonderful business. It meets all the things as a Kiwi you want to see, except on as a Māori perspective, it's on wahi tapu. So hence why I've titled my presentation whenua versus property, is that I was kind of like this, foot in both camps, not knowing where to stand. Made it even worse when the case was actually stacking up really well on the business side. So Pokerua is considered wahi tapu. As I did the whakapapa there to Maniapoto, my kui always to say, if you stand for a kaupapa, whakapapa first. Whakapapa to the kaupapa, then you can speak. So I'll just put the whakapapa there. I won't go through my full whakapapa as I did that day because of time. But 2 things. 1, we went in with our whakapapa, and 2, we went in with a kaupapa, not to attack the person, but attack the kaupapa. So that was hard to do, but stay on kaupapa, don't attack the person. Now, this is the proposal that was being applied for, the Sky Garden proposal, and it looks nice, but it was going to be a bit of an eyesore, especially when you consider that taonga pokerua. The selling point from them was that it had economic benefits, marae funding, employment, and all of those things that we need, 65 to 90 full-time jobs at the peak times. And our whānau needed that mahi. And so that made it even harder. We could see the economic benefits to the development, except as mana whenua, we had an obligation to protect our taonga. So where do we stand? Well, there was some tensions. The first one there was 137 submissions for it, and most of them were our whānau. And there were 7 opposing it, and there was us 7 cousins. Actually, I also Dan Pokero was also on there too. So there were 7 of us versus the 137. So it was a tough day. We had to really know what we stood for and why we stood there. When I stood in that council room with the planners and the commissioner, our kuia and kaumātua were sitting behind us, about 50 or so. And then I realised that our voice was their voice, that they didn't have a voice, or they felt they didn't have a voice because it was quite an emotional place. And therefore that gave me the confidence to say, no, I've got to stand for them. And so there was the concept between kaitakitanga and mahi oranga, so jobs versus our roles as kaitaki or tangata whenotanga. I had the tension of being a business academic for Māori business and social dina business, and then having to put that hat aside for a second and be mana whenua. But my concept was the mana line before the bottom line. So while these developments look good on paper, the impact on mana was the reverse. So I put that in the presentation there that any business concepts from a Māori business perspective should never belittle our mana. It should be mana enhancing. And I shared a kōrero from my tūpuna, my karawa, Fraser Toi from Ngāti Porou, who said that describe manakitanga as to aki ngā mana o te tangata. That manaki means to lift mana. And so whenever we go in with the concept of manakitanga, I always ask, how is this mana enhancing? And this particular property development wasn't going to, in my view, be mana enhancing to our maunga. And as Mason Jury says, there's no mana in poverty. You know, while people are struggling with mahi, there's no mana in poverty. And he's right too. Everybody's right. And so for me, it was to stand there and then address what I thought was right too. And so the strategy for me was to not focus on kaitakitanga or manakitanga, because that had been hammered home. And looking at the commissioner and the planners and all the lawyers that were standing in front of us, I knew that they would respect that. And they had an argument for kaitakitanga, and they put a post here and a popo there to recognise mana, and then give you a right at the table to recognise kaitakitanga. And for me, that was the strategy that I knew was coming. So I says, I won't go there. I told the commissioner, I won't talk about kaitakitanga, manakitanga or whanaungatanga. I think that's been well established already. And then he kind of woke up, because then I says, I'm going to talk about tangata whenotanga. And there was no real understanding from anyone in the room what that actually meant. And I said, tangata whenotanga is the act of being tangata whenua, and what that means. When we look at tangata whenua, it is, Charles Rule describes it as being the relationship through whakapapa to our whenua. And that is uniquely Māori, that our connection to our whenua is through whakapapa, through experiences and through our ancestors. And that becomes a little bit different to the other arguments that are going to be presented. So we established our whakapapa to the whenua. When my kuia, she was about 2008, she was 93 years old. She went back to Hokianga to put a tohu on an area called at our Urupa to recognise where our tūpuna had been buried in mass graves because of the pandemic of 1918. Her grandfather, Papa Hohaia Pāniora, some of you may know Hare Pāniora, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, was the only one that didn't get sick. And so he'd collect the bodies from the whare. And they would put their tupapaku on their whare, and he would collect them and then bury them. Because he was an old man, he wasn't strong enough to just keep burying new graves, so he just buried them, and then with the intention of going back to rebury them later on. And so my kuia was probably the last one living to know where these bodies were buried and to formalise this particular part of the urupa that had been laid empty and why it was empty. While we were there, Sunny Tau came along and he asked my kuia if she knew where the whainga of Hawaii was, meaning that when Nuku Tawhiti came to Aotearoa, he went back to Hawaii to grab the bones of Wahiroa, the son of Tawhaki and the father of Rata, and brought them back to Aotearoa to bury them in the Hokianga, or we think it's in the Hokianga, to connect our Hawaii to the Hokianga, to connect us back there. That act is the whakapapa to the whenua, and that it always carries on. And so with that perspective, our whakapapa to whenua is more than just title. It's our blood and bones, it is who we are. And so the Waitomo District Council, their planners came out and recommended that the application be granted consent because the conditions will be met. Those are blank conditions, those aren't conditions. But that was their paper, that was their lawyers, they got the nod. Next one, the cultural impact assessment. We were meant to speak on behalf of mana whenua. Again, I won't attack the person, just the kaupapa, because he was also Māori. Wanted to have a go, but stick to the kaupapa. Otherwise, the wairua gets a bit off. And his assessment was, overall, it is considered that the Sky Garden would not have a negative impact on our cultural area. And so this set up a bit of a battle between whānau versus whānau. Like I said, 138 submissions, 127 supported, 1 neutral, 3 did not specify, and just 7 of us opposed. So my strategy was I'll focus on tangata whenua. So I played two cards. One, I played my Pākehā card. I put my suit on, my tie, and introduced myself as an Associate Dean of Business. That'll satisfy that half of the room, and the other half of the room is my whakapapa. And so I decided to educate and to relate our Commissioner and those in the room, these experts, and how our maunga wāhi tapu are significant in our cultural well-being as tangata whenua. And when the land in our whenua has been taken away from our people, it impacts directly on our well-being, whether it be spiritual, cultural, or physical. Pokera maunga to Maniapoto is taranaki maunga to taranaki. It is the awa of Whanganui to the people of Whanganui, is Te Eru Ora to the people of Tūhoi. This is Maniapoto, this is Pokera to Maniapoto. And so I decided to then use the Pākehā line and use the legislation to establish these points. The first one was the Uruguayan Act of 2014. In 2014, Te Eru Ora was given legal status under legislation as a legal person. That all decisions and rights of a legal person and powers will apply to the Uruguayanas. That the awa tupua, the Whanganui Act of 2017, that the awa tupua, the awa of Whanganui, will be given the same rights as a legal person. And the whakaaro, the kōrero, I am the river is me, to reinforce the relationship between the well-being of the river and the well-being of our people. We don't look after our river, the Whanganui people, their well-being is determined by the well-being of the river. The last one was Ngā Maunga Taranaki, and the memorandum of understanding there. What's that one? And again, given the legal status of a person, and that any decisions made on the well-being of the maunga will impact on the well-being of the people. And so I said to the Commissioner, look, in the last 5 years, Pākehā are now beginning to see the world as we see it. Our relationships between our maunga, our whenua, and our taonga impacts on who we are. And I says, this maunga pokeroa is our taonga. And it is inconsistent with the direction our Crown and our people have made in the last 5 to 6 years to grant this on this maunga. I says there are other maunga and we're quite happy to support him in other areas, just not here. And so we rehearsed that from a Māori business perspective, that our bottom line should never be at the expense of our mana line. That we need to consider the 6th generation and the impact of this decision here. Yes, there are jobs, but there's not going to be jobs for 6 generations. It's going to be jobs maybe for a few whānau. And then I take the COVID argument, saying all those numbers don't add up anyway, because it's all based on tourism, and it's going to be 5 years before we even get back to some normality in tourism. So just chuck that out for a sec. But more importantly, how can we as a people be well if we can't even look after our own maunga and our own awa and our own whenua? And it's just not just tangata whenua, but those who whakapapa in other ways to that maunga. There are generations that have lived under that maunga too. And so the next stage was to place that particular argument. Not sure and the result was this lovely letter from us here, and I don't know how I felt with that. It was overwhelming, but to see this come through to say it has been refused. It was an absolute shock. Did not expect to win. Just wanted to state who we were. I rang my cousin and saying, is this for real? She says, it appears so. And I says, we couldn't quite believe that the fight, we had actually won this fight. We had 14 days to wait out for the appeal. And then on the 14th day, we were sitting there waiting, and no appeal came. And then the developer rang us and he says, if I'd known this was going to be the road before, I wouldn't have taken it. And I said, you just picked the fight with the wrong whānau. But what he said is that there's no harm done because we didn't attack him, we attacked the kaupapa. And he's gone and moved it to Hamilton now. But when we did this, I remember driving home after this and thinking, aroha for the whānau that didn't have the lawyers and the money and the puti and the resources to fight this. What if we didn't turn up? And so I rang the dean at the institute and I said, look, all that PD that I'm owing, just let me do this stuff as a koha back to our communities and our whānau. And so For me, this particular experience was one that I wanted to carry on with, because some of the things that I learned in this particular journey in this research, I believe could be of value to other whānau hapu and academics as well, about where we can help our mana whenua and our whānau who may not have the voice that we've been blessed to have. And I consider myself blessed. Even though it's been a hard struggle to get to where I am today, it's not me alone. And so my koha back to my whānau hapu iwi is to be that voice, to understand the game a little bit more and to be able to, educate. And when the Commissioner wrote his report back, he quoted a lot of the kōrero that I said, things that he hadn't heard in that light before. He heard kaitakitanga, manakitanga and all those other things, but not understanding fully what tangata whenuatanga really meant. The perfection, kamura o te ahi, it was a spiritual war inside. We've got a lot of relationships to rebuild with the cousins and with whānau and kaumātua. But the statement I made earlier, the world is now beginning to see the world and the environment as Māori have always seen it. And I believe that is where we're heading. If not in just the last 5 years, I believe that the world is starting to understand the world as we see it. Ko au te tangata whenua hei. These are the chiefs who fought in the Māori-partnered land wars. The war is still there, just different form now. I don't have a musket, but I have a voice. And kātia. Tō reira ngā mihi atu ki a koutou, me tō tātou whānau Māori-partnered, ngā mihi kawaki ki a koutou. Tō reira koutou mā, te whare tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora. Kātou. Oh. Kia ora. Whānaki ki ai. Ai. Kia ora te whananga. Kao, not yet, but he timata au tēnei rangi. Toko maha ana e nei whakaro I roto I toku hinaro me toku ngākau. Engari ko tōku wawata he tuituhi ai, he pārunga rangahau ai tonu I tēnei kaupapa. Ai. Yeah. Ai. Ai, kia ora. Kia ora whānau.
Tēnā koe haki, kia ora. Our next speakers is Mere Kepa, Nina Martinga, Catherine Murupaingaiken and Dr Benjamin Pittman. And I think we've got Catherine that's going to join us online. And their kōrero is whakaro ngā whenua whamā, utilising mātauranga Māori and Western science to protect and restore the soil on rural farms in Te Tai Tokerau. Kia ora.
Tuatahi he miha tu kia koutou katoa kia tātou katoa. Our whananga there is going to lead us. We've got this techno thing happening and it looks like it's going to work. So, kia ora.
Excellent. Kia ora, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can. All right.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, let's kick off then. Toitu te whenua, toitu te tangata, tihei Mauri Ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for this opportunity to share our research project Whakaora Ngā Whenua Farmer, utilising mātauranga Māori and Western science to protect and restore the soil on rural farms in Te Tai Tokerau. Firstly, to introduce our presenters, Dr Tangiwai Mere Appleton Kepa, hails from Ngāti Whātua, Te Whakatohia, Te Whānau Aru Taia, Ngā Puhi and Ngāi Tūāhuriri. Dr Kepa has over 2 decades of experience as an academic, author, researcher and philosopher with interests in pedagogy, culture, politics and gerontology. She recently accepted the position of Research Fellow at the Department of General Practice and Primary Healthcare at the University of Auckland. In addition, Dr Kepa plays a key role in this project as kaumātua and cultural advisor, being a member of the resident Mana Whenua Hapu Patu Harakeke o Te Parawhau, affiliated with an area of focus for our research. Then we have Dr Benjamin Pittman, who has a whakapapa to Ngā Puhi, Ngāti Hau, Te Popoto, Te Parawhau and Ngāti Hau. And Benjamin holds a PhD from the University of Technology in Sydney. Being actively engaged in cultural and resource management issues for his people and the wider community, Dr Pittman is an exhibiting and commissioned artist whose works reflect a lifelong interest in landscapes and people as part of landscape. He also brings additional expertise as a resident Te Parawhau kaumātua and cultural advisor for this project. And my name is Catherine Murupaingaiken from the iwi of Ngāti Kurī and Te Raroa. I come with a Master of Laws, have a background in environmental advocacy and social justice, and am currently serving as an Indigenous Senior and Minorities Fellow at the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in the Pacific. Just see if I can move our slides here. Okay. We also take this opportunity to thank organisations UNESCO New Zealand, Unitec, NorthTec, Creative Northland and Northland Regional Council for their tautoko for this project, as well as numerous individual contributors and supporters. Some of them today are absent. Nina happens to be one of them. She wasn't able to be here with us today, unfortunately. Peter Bruce Iddy and also Marcus Williams. So our taitokerau-based research began in 2019, motivated by a number of factors. First, the desire to respond in a meaningful way to ecological decline and climate emergency. Second, an awareness of industrial farming practices as a major contributor to poor soil health, environmental degradation and escalating climate crisis. And third, the belief that mātauranga Māori and tikanga Māori offer critical guidance in terms of helping to heal and regenerate the well-being of the land, air and water. One of our main aims was therefore to explore the cultural interface between mātauranga Māori as a form of native science and Western science methodologies, and how this interface could support the urgent uptake of emerging regenerative farming and healthier food production practices. Further, we sought to create evidence-based narratives to reinforce the value of mātauranga Māori and tikanga-based land management approaches, and to encourage the uptake of those approaches in the agricultural sector. We also sought to create practical information and resources and help strengthen platforms and networks to assist farming communities transition to a more regenerative management approach. For the purposes of this project, we found a useful definition of regenerative agriculture as a system of holistic farming principles and practices that work with nature's intelligence rather than using overly mechanised, chemically based or other reductionist approaches to increase biodiversity, enrich soils, improve watersheds and enhance ecosystem services and resilience. And for this project, we focus on two areas near whāngarei, Takahiwai and Mata, which are both within the traditional territory of resident hapu, Patu Harakeke or Te Parawhau. And our community-based research involved collaboration between local hapu kaumātua, regenerative, organic and conventional farmers, scientists, educators and artists to generate dialogue and record interviews, including with Mere and Benjamin for their historical and cultural insights from the local hapu perspective, and also from two farming whānau, one managing an organic dairy farm and one managing a conventional dairy farm. In addition, we undertook field studies to determine comparative soil health between the organic and conventional farms. So at this point, I would like to hand over to Benjamin to talk about the next slides.
Kia ora no tātou. I'd just like to say it's a great privilege to be here. It's important to share all of this stuff, and I feel a real buzz here. There's a real wairua with these kaupapa, which are really gratifying because for so many of us as Māori, we feel like a voice in the wilderness. And I'm starting to sense that people are starting to listen, and that's always good. And just sitting here today reminded me that there are two pretty important truths here underpinning everything. The first one is that really important things start with the first move. And I think we're seeing a lot of that happening here today. And the other thing, and I'm forever on about this, particularly with Pākehā, is that whatever is good for Māori is good for everybody. And so I've really got a sense of that happening today. Now, so agribusiness, we all grew up with this. I grew up on Te Hukurangi, one of the largest wetlands in the Southern Hemisphere, 45,000 acres, and they decided to drain it. That was our chemist shop, it was our food basket, it was a place of refuge. And now the regrets are going, and the insult is that as ratepayers, we sold our whenua last year to a cousin, we are still paying for the privilege of destruction, and total destruction I'm talking about, our tuna, everything. So this is what it is all about. It is about the dollar, profit. It's about money. And we've had to live with that for so long. The issue is, of course, as Māori, we know that that is not what it is all about at all. That's part of the reality of life and living, but we ended up with Te Repo Hukurangi is a really good example. Our waterways were poisoned. The land was top dressed. Now, I happen to be very lucky, and many Māori in this situation as well. I grew up on traditional whenua where no chemicals were ever used. And that is a huge advantage now, and it's starting to bring up benefits in things like nutri-chemicals and so on, where you can't have polluted land. And so that's good, but the problem is our beautiful unpolluted water from our 9 puna flowed out and then got polluted elsewhere. And so there was this kind of an insult, if you like. You were actually handing over purity and sharing, thanks to other people, this total pollution. I was away for 46 years from home, going home for a recharge of the batteries. And when I came back in 2013, I had really been away for 46 years, doing study and living in Australia, in Hawaii, and stealing up the nerve to come home because my grandfather said, boy, one day you're going to come home because there are important things to do and you will have learned things to bring home. Well, I came home and I tried to hide. That lasted about 3 minutes. And then one of my whanaunga found out I was home, and the rest is history. I'm suddenly on this, that, and everything else. So one of the other realities that we faced, particularly up in Taitokero, was the lack of jobs and the fact that many of our people had to leave and go and find work in the cities. You know, you couldn't any longer just live on that subsistence farming thing. Kia ora, Catherine, next slide. Okay, so this project is about that whole issue of kaitiakitanga, of mātauranga Māori, of mohiotanga, and how we apply that. And as we know as Māori, our language is very, very reflective of everything. It connects us. All of those terms connects us as living beings with our spiritual world, with our tupuna, with our entire history. And that's the beauty of Māori as a language. It's that poetic, musical vision that's very, very rich in imagery. And we grew up knowing who our ancestors were, and we grew up knowing that they were there and they were watching and they were helping. And that was just part of how it was. And when we actually think about these things, that there's that notion of a whakapapa of everything, a whakapapa of all living and non-living things. And with a Pākehā friend recently, I had a real breakthrough. We were talking about this sort of thing. And he said to me, you know, Benjamin, I don't look at a rock anymore in the way I used to. And I thought, that's a real victory, because it is about those little victories, isn't it? And so when we talk about things like mana whenua, like utu, like balance, when we talk about things like whanaungatanga, our whenua, you know, as we know as Māori, whenua is the land. Ko au te whenua, ko te whenua, ko au. But we're also establishing that link because whenua is afterbirth as well. And so those interconnections, the power of that language is about linking us all together. And my tupuna, my great-great-grandfather, Patuane, said some very interesting things. And he said, one of the things was, it's only in the time of my great-great-grandchildren that the dreams I have for my people will start to come to fruition. He said that before he died on the 19th of September, 1872. I'm one of his last great-great-grandchildren, so I feel a real sense of connection there with those important things. And we have a duty now, and it's wonderful to see these projects that you've been talking about as well and sharing, coming together, because as I said before, I think we have a sense of it all coming together at last. Another Pākehā friend said to me, well, it's been quite a while since your tupuna signed he waka putanga, since te tiriti o Waitangi, aren't you tired of waiting? And I said, no, because the key message is truth, right and justice have no use by name. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora mai tātou. I'd like to thank the organisers for this invitation to come and address you. Awesome. I'm just going to be very briefly talking to you about a kaumātua experiences, and that's me, and it's come a long time for me to actually think, yeah, you're a kaumātua. But anyway, here's my experience of kaitiakitanga as a kaumātua. Kaitiakitanga draws attention to Māori beliefs, interaction and self-development in regenerative agriculture across te Taitokero, Aotearoa and the world. In our respective kāinga of Takihiwai and Waiatu and Mata, the people share lines of descent that link the earth and the sky, the sun, moon and stars, the sea, winds, the forests, the crops and the extended family. All are part of an integrated structure and system, to use the agribusiness language. Kaitiaki to me is a taonga of respect for all life. All life. And what's changed is that kaitiakitanga enables Māori people to share our beliefs, tell our stories, and contribute to ways of knowing to heal the earth for healthier food production. So for this kaumātua, a cultural interface of mātauranga Māori and regenerative approaches to agriculture or healing the earth is simply more Māori. Kia ora tātou.
Catherine. Kia ora, and so when talking about this interface between two different worlds, the Māori worldview for regenerating soil and the scientific worldview, in terms of the comparison of soil and pasture properties on the organic and the conventional farms, we also used, among other methods, a visual soil assessment method, which was developed by New Zealand soil scientist Graham Shepherd. And this is a method which is also recognised by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organisation. The VSA is used to assess physical, biological and chemical qualities of soil, for example, in terms of number of earthworms in soil structure, the health of plant root systems, the nutrient level of the loss of groundwater, and capacity for carbon sequestration and potential for greenhouse gas emissions. And the assessment process actually involves touch and smell. So we're really using 3 of our senses, not just visual. So the name is a bit of a misnomer to say it's just visual soil assessment. And the methods involved are easy to learn. And scorecards like the ones you're seeing on the screen right now are tools to track the different key metrics which we use to determine the integrity of the soil through this method. So key metrics are assigned a numerical value, and the higher the value, the better the score. So here, for example, you can see at a glance the difference with the organic farm there on the left, scoring higher than the conventional farm soil on the right. I hope you can see those numbers there. The organic farm has 19.5 as its score, and the conventional farm has 6.5 overall, according to those different metrics. And here, the organic farm, you can see, scored higher on pasture integrity as well. And that kind of tracks, really, doesn't it? The integrity of the soil being very good on the organic farm. It just goes to show that the pasture would be of higher integrity as well. And then we come to our project recommendations from all of our observations about the application of mātauranga Māori and weaving it together with scientific understanding, Western scientific understanding of how to create better soils on our farms. Our project recommendations range from practical next steps for those promoting regenerative agriculture to more aspirational recommendations for the wider community, such as strengthening research in taitokerau to support regeneration of the environment, society and economy, promote mātauranga Māori as an essential support for regenerative thinking, further research the impacts of the hydrological cycle and its implications for land use in taitokerau, curating an annotated and well-structured repository of practical material about how to manage land regeneratively, designed to maximise ease of access and reference for farmers and other users of land, educators and policymakers, identify technical, financial and other support for farmers, especially Māori farmers transitioning from conventional to regenerative farming, create stronger networks between those with interests in the regeneration of landscapes, including farmers, those involved in ecosystem regeneration, permaculturalists and regenerative foresters, and finally to create a database of farmers for Taitokiro. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll hand it back to the room.
Kia ora no tātou. Are there any questions at all? I'm not sure how our timing is going, but I haven't got any rude signals from from our whanaunga down here. It was interesting. I thought, oh, there won't be any Ngā Puhi here, and we've got whanaunga everywhere. I think this is a Ngā Puhi trait. Just spread wide and go for it. And so there's our whanaunga there. One of my close whanaunga, Rose, sitting in the front row here. There's our mokwari whanaunga there. It's wonderful. We've got a wihongi whanaunga there. Ko tēnei te mea nui mō Ngā Puhi ne. We are everywhere. And but I thought, oh no, we'll just take a quiet profile and not overdo that stuff, because a lot of people still don't like us very much. All sorts of reasons, historical and otherwise. E te whanaunga. Yeah, you're all good. Yeah. Don't you love technology?
Yeah. I guess one of the things that we want to try and do is emulate what you're doing up there for our people in Kahungungu. I live in the area of Kahungungu, so we're talking about Waipatu out to Omahu, back to Te Hauke, where I am. And we've got a lot of farmland there that's been poisoned. I'm even trying to convince our whānau, our hapu, that the big lake there, Paukawa, that we have, to return it back to what it was as the awa that we had, opposed to, just getting rid of all the water, trying to track it to other places. And that's big pharma, that's money for our people. Hey, with my dreams, we're not talking about money, we're talking about the mana of the whenua. So it's that concept, it's that talk that we have to have around that, eh? And this has given me a few ideas to maybe inspire our whānau back home.
Kia ora, e te whananga. I think the really important thing about this is that duality, and of course this is what our tupuna were all about. It was taking the very best and putting it together and coming up with a solution. Now, of course, along the way, we have made many mistakes. I've done endless submissions to the Waitangi Tribunal thinking, here again, a voice in the wilderness. But when I started to think about it, it's really about creating little time bombs ticking away. And even if it all gets ignored by whoever, government doesn't really matter, councils, it doesn't really matter, because one day somewhere somebody's going to say, oh heck, or worse. This was raised all those years ago and suddenly it's really important. So that's the way I look at it. And that's how our tupuna did as well. They sowed, we are the kakano of the future, and we have our kakano to come as well. And so that's our responsibility, to walk and to leave, as I said, eventually those tapuai run out. And as our kaumata, our tupuna said, eventually those tapuai stop and you have to start and leave your own. And that's the continuity of everything there. So kia ora, we'd be very happy to share and to help. And in fact, I can give you a copy. I've got another 2, I think. Yeah, kia ora. So that's got your name on it. Mere?
Yeah, so I was really interested in the sign you had, Waitaharoa, and the connection with Waitaha for Ngā Puhi.
Okay,
So Waitaharoa is an ancient kāinga at Takahiwai, within visual distance of my lounge, and our house, where we have built on ancestral land, is called Waitaharoa, because we see the full long length of the harbour, Whangarei Te Rerenga Prawa. So that is Waitaharoa, Whangarei Te Rerenga Prawa. It is an ancient name of Parawhau, not my name, it's an ancient name. The flags are flying. They fly every day. I'm not sure if anyone's putting them up while I'm away, I hope so. They are flying because we are in protest against the local farmer who is selling 900 odd acres and is advertising direct access from his farm to the beach through our kāinga without coming to talk to us. So flags are flying, there are signs the length of the Takahiwai block, and that will continue until they come and talk to us soon, we hope. And we hear that things are not going well with him. He reckons it's because of us that he can't sell his land. If that's the reason he can't sell his land, praise be to the gods. Kia ora tātou.
And just also just to say, where Au and I come from in Ngāti Hau territory at Waiotu Hakapara, there's also a taharoa, so it's a potent name.
So we're related by the water. Kia ora.
We've got 10 minutes to go until we have our keynote speaker, so we're just going to take this time to reset the chairs. So if you want to have a little walk around, hikoi, and we'll see you back in 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've got to leave those here, eh?
Yeah.
Am I going to be at the front? Am I going to be at the front? Am I going to be at here? Yeah.
Kia ora, tēnā tātou. I think we're still waiting for a couple of people. So I've just been asked to fill some time in. Now, I know that amongst us we have some experts in te reo Māori and kia koutou ngā researchers and tēnei. So I was given this kōrero about he kupu Māori, more European Pākehā. And I know there's been a big uproar about the kupu Pākehā. Ano nei tētahi kōrero mo te kupu Pākehā from where I'm from in the very sunny side, tropical south, Murihiku. Now, a long, long time ago, there was this beautiful pā on the shoreline of this beautiful bay. Now, the first time they ever saw these big European vessels sailing in across their shores and into their bay, the fear that overcame the pā was so traumatic. They were running around, but the chief at the time, very smart man, his name was Rāniera. Anyway, he looks out to the bay and he sees these big, huge ships coming in, never seeing one before. He looks back at his people, fearful and frightened and scared and running around going, oh my God, what is that? The ship comes closer, it stops. The longboats get dropped into the water. And as the longboats are being filled with these people they had never seen before, they did not look like them. They were coming and rowing ashore. The chief looked out back to his people and he said to them, Māku e whakatiki ā rātou. Don't worry, I got this, I got us. And he walks down to the beach and he walks out into the water just up to his knees because it's a bit chilly down home, the pool's not heated. And he walks out there and he stands there in the water, and as these boats are getting closer, he's looking back. He holds his mere pounamu, because we've got pounamu down here, whānau, kapoi. Holds his mere pounamu, and he points out, and as it's getting closer, he goes, "Kei koutou, oi, you fellas, Pākehā, Pākehā, Pākehā." And that's how the Pākehā got their name. Tēnā koutou Pākehā. Tētahi kōrero mō koutou ngā kairangai. Nō reira, e te iwi, e te whānau. It's my privilege to introduce this next speaker, Dr Eru Tarena. Ngāi Tahu, that's enough said. Ngāi Tūāhuriri. Eru is the Executive Director for Tōkona Te Raki, Māori Futures Collective, a Ngāi Tahu-led Futures Lab to empower rangatahi to realise the future of their dreams and influence partners to transform how they engage rangatahi and their whānau. Now, the lab shares future-focused insights so rangatahi can determine their own future, equip them with the tools to lead change, and connects them with partners so they are designing systems that work for them. Now, currently, Erewhera is involved in a range of data projects mapping our current education system's performance for Māori, mapping barriers boosters, mapping rangatahi journeys through education, employment, and a range of projects focused on the future of more work for Māori and preparing for the transition to a future skills-based economy. A key part of this work is training a cohort of rangatahi future makers to lead the transformation and designing from the future. Erewhera is also an appointee to Te Taumata Aronui and Te Ngāi Paho. Oh, you like that Pākehā thing. Nō reira e te iwi e te whānau, please welcome to the podium, Dr Eru Tarena.
Tēnā tātou i te iwi, te tuatahi nei anō aku mihi ki ka mau ka whakahi, ka wai a te rere, ka whare katoa ku tupuna i tēnei te whaere, te whenua taurikoro ārai te uru. Koa, te nui ngō te wā, ka noho i taku taha horomona, aku kāwai whakaheke i a Ngāti Hui kai, Ngāi Tūāhuriri. I taku noho ki konei, ngā wā katoa ka rongo i te karango te whenua o te ngākau, ki oku kāwai i te whānau, te taha Stirling, ki puke te raki, me tērā kaika o te manawa. Kei reira katoa te kāingo aku tino kaupapa, te hoi waka ama, papatū, waka haurua, nā reira i kāri i ko atu i ko mai i ngā marae o konei. Huri tai awhi o tō tātou whare, ngā rangatira katoa ko tau mai, me te mihi anō ki o koutou whare tūpuna, ko eke mai ki runga i tēnei o ngā whenua, tēnā tātou. Someone said, Rāniera was doing such a great job as MC, and I arrived off my plane about 10:30. I said, well, he hasn't told any stink dad jokes yet, and the day is young, so didn't disappoint. Ngā mihi ka koe e hoa. And te aronga o aku mahi, so I basically run a social innovation lab and looks at future making. So I suppose my day job is tackling systems change and achieving equity for Māori. Mainly focus around that sort of education, employment, income. It's not that I don't care about other things, but these are big kaupapa. So if you think about it, really I'm into collaborative problem solving. So when there's an issue that no one really agrees on what's causing it or what the solutions are, and a solution's going to require multiple partners to come together and work together in new ways, that's my definition of a complex problem. And if there's one thing I know, we don't have a shortage of complexity in Te Ao Māori, and in particular in terms of our future, we know that the pace of change is increasing, our rangatahi population is increasing, and that we're not achieving equitable outcomes for our people today, and those systems, institutions and agencies are really poorly set up to achieve equitable outcomes for a much younger, faster growing population. So trying to slow down to understand things, and then also trying to speed things up because I'm impatient, and yeah, we have this huge opportunity of our branding population where we're going to be moving at some point in our future from a Pākehā majority to a brown multicultural majority in our land. And how do we see the opportunity for that? How do we prepare for that? And so really that's that kaupapa. I suppose if you wanted to be nerdy, it's about tackling systems change, but really it's also about us reclaiming our future-making mindset of our tupuna, and in particular, how do we reposition our rangatahi at the heart of redesigning our future and equip them with really good research, insights, strategies, and in particular tools and processes that are mātauranga Māori based to lead a better future. So that's probably the simplest way of describing what we do, but no one ever gets it, so kei te pai. A lot of the mahi we do is kind of work across sort of insight, innovation, and impact. So I describe that simply, in Te Ao Māori we would say that spectrum of hui to dui, or think tank to do tank. So how do you take insights, maybe from research or from data, start to try and build an understanding of the bigger picture, what's going on. How do you talk to whānau and humans and understand lived experience and what will work for whānau? And then how do you start to work with groups around making something, trialing it out and seeing how that goes? And if it works, how do you embed and scale that in the system? So that's kind of a process from insight to impact, and that's kind of where our small team floats. And our big gamble is that rangatahi are the best to be designing the future. And so next year we are starting a rangatahi futures. We already have a rangatahi futures lab, but an academy. And we'll be hiring about 10 to 15 rangatahi full-time employees and training them in mātauranga Māori-based approaches to co-design, systems thinking, and future making. So it's a really cool space to be. It's not simple or easy, but you can have a lot of fun. And so something we've been tutuing with over the years, really trying to look at COVID and understand, well, what was going on. And probably like many of us, we were sort of, well, we all locked down at home, and we did a whole bunch of things, just wānanga via Zoom. And one of the first things was even just try to sort of make sense of things, you know, to go that we're sort of in this, and we were entering into that dark cloud. And in many ways, those tauira, those templates for how do we navigate complexity, there's no greater metaphor than our voyaging traditions. You know, that our people were, they were the greatest explorers humanity has ever seen in terms of the feat of crossing the Pacific Ocean, and doing so without GPS or a map or a compass, but really navigating all of that complexity, being open to change and adapting to change and learning their way through things. So there's no really greater template for the type of leadership we need moving into the future, where we know we are moving into greater uncertainty. We know the pace of change is increasing. We know predictability is going down, and the pace of change and complexity is going up. So being sort of unwedding ourselves to the idea of control, unweaving that kind of tie, and then really being able to reweave ourselves around, you know, reclaiming our navigating heritage, leadership, and all of those attributes. And so COVID to me is kind of like, you know, it's like that metaphor we have of our urua waka. So for us down here, that's the marker of, yep, we got our Waitaha whanaungas in the house. Yeah, that's the marker of human arrival. And so on the urua waka, you have the tohunga, the kaihotu o runga, ko rā kaihotu. And on the journey, you know, it gets sort of trapped by storms. It's sort of surrounded in that dark cloud, big seas. And so the rangatira used a tuki, ko kāpaki tua, and recited the karakia, haia te awa, wahia te awa, puti tua, puti waho. So, you know, that literally when you're in that dark place, storm, lightning, craziness all around you, it's sort of an inescapable space, then he basically carved the awa, carved the path forward, and used the adze to higher, to pai taka o te raki, to sever the horizon from the heavens. And so basically, using the tuki, carved a path through the ocean, te awa, severed the horizon, and created a new horizon for the people. And that's kind of that feeling of, we're in for some rough times, and we might think that we're kind of bouncing out of that pretty quick, but really to go, well, even in that darkest time, that there is a pathway forward to a new and better horizon. So as a metaphor, just thinking about it, to go, well, how do we as Māori emerge from COVID better, stronger, and more united than we were before? And how do we realise the opportunity, the karanga of a new and better future, rather than returning back to the way it was? And I know we probably were all spammed with blogs and think pieces and all of that stuff before, but it's kind of the hard graft to go, we are at very real risk of just bouncing back to the way it was. And thinking about that, to go, well, how do we not go from Māori being, say, as one indicator, double the employment rate of Pākehā, growing to 3 times the unemployment rate of Pākehā, and we emerged from COVID going back to normal 2 times the rate of that. How do we go back to that thing of equity? And I don't really particularly think of equity as the Hawaii, as a destination, but it is a useful tool because you can measure it. So it just gives us an indicator of where we're at. And so we've been working with a bunch of people, a few of them real awesome Ngāi Tūāhuriri economists, trying to recruit another one at the moment. Rangatahi that have wicked skills that I definitely don't have, to try and kind of make sense of that, and in particular focusing around the future opportunities that will come out of COVID. So the whakaaro within the iwi, there's a lot of kōrero around higher te awa. Really our focus is around puta I tua, and how do we sort of shunt our waka into that new, better, warmer, brighter horizon. And so just that, really that kind of metaphor of placemaking, that when our tupuna arrives, Rākai Hautu, he walks the spine of Ka Tiritiri o Te Moana, the Southern Alps. Someone that tramps a little bit or used to. You think, why would someone walk the spine of the Southern Alps? Crazy stuff. But our tupuna, they went around with purpose, mapping our whenua, mapping all of the resources, and in particular, surveying what would benefit the people, and really laying down that intergenerational vision, that intergenerational idea of creating a home, a kāinga for the people. And in particular, when you think of Rākai Hautu, digging a lot of our lakes, tūtaraki whānau, shaping our landscape, they were carving out things that would benefit their uri, benefits that they would never see themselves, that intergenerational vision and commitment. And in particular, that whole thing around shaping the land, but then the land also shaped the people. It wasn't a thing of conquest. We put our whakapapa into the landscape, and we whakapapa from the land. And so really that thing of balance, that the people adapted to the land and the land adapted to the people, and that's when we get that nice balance. And again, that's where we thrive. And then we have that sort of interrupt, where that balance has been thrown out through colonization. And I think me kia iruera I te atanei, kōrero mō te ao pā heke heke te ao tere huri huri. Huri te ao, huri te tikanga. That as the world changes, our tikanga change. And part of the challenge we have is actually, as our world changes, we often don't adapt our tikanga. And that's no different to thinking about the economic shocks we have experienced through our history. Anyone, we talked, ngā mihi ki ngā matua te atanei, kahununu tāki timu waka. All of our pā know what an economic recession is like. You probably remember a post office, in the pā, services, bus routes, all of those things that, when we have an economic shock, it's always our pā, our communities, and our whānau that bear the brunt first, hardest, and longest. So when you think about that, the Rogernomics, the impacts, we all know what that's like when your uncles, all they've got left is their job in the freezing works, so those big white gumboots that they've chopped up into jandals, or, that we always have that same pattern where we are first off in any economic shock, but we are also positioned last on for any economic boom. And it creates this pattern that keeps hitting us. And when you think about that pattern, like for our whānau, it took 12 years for us to recover from the global financial crisis, which was a sharp shock. And then you think of the shock we've been through and are still currently moving through. And my guess is we won't really know what the impacts of that are for our people until around February. But to go, well, that's a pattern that we all know, last on, first off, and really to think about that, well, if we keep doing what we're doing, that cycle not only repeats into the future, but it kind of intensifies. If I were to think of them as waves, we have had a sharp, sort of big wave, a sharp shock with COVID, but there are other waves behind that. Even economic impacts of future of work, automation, even climate change impacting our whānau. And so these are all waves of disruption that are coming through. We've got to start to think about, well, if we keep doing what we're doing, we sort of stay in that blue sort of zone where we risk bearing the brunt, Operation Human Shield in terms of New Zealand Inc. and our economy. And really the opportunity of that though too is that things can be better. I always think when you talk about the future, we always have to remember, he mea ka tāraingia e te tangata. The future is something we create, not something we inherit. And so when we think about that, well, we can shape the future, we can make it. It's just an aspect of our hinengaro. And even by thinking about the future, we're already changing it. But how do we encourage that in our rangatahi, in our hapu, in those dodgy committees from the marae trustees where they're always scrapping out over who stole the lawnmower? We are captured by small issues of today and haven't had the space or the freedom to think about what is the future that we want to create. Te ao hou ka kukume mai. And so thinking about that to go, well, how do we stop positioning our people as being the labourers, the labour fodder of New Zealand Inc., and think about our people as leaders and Māori-led solutions, and these are the opportunities that are there on that horizon, but we kind of need to build the bridges to get us there. And I suppose a real simple example of that is that cognitive bias, where when we get scared, when we can't handle complexity, we reach for something from the past that we know. And a good example of that has just been our government's response to COVID, where it has been around Build Back Better, Ministry of Works, even for our people, Māori trades training. And I'm involved in lots of those kaupapa, and they're not bad. The issue is when we take solutions from the past without really thinking about how do they adapt to our present and our future. And to go, well, concentrating our people in labouring jobs is what has been the cause of us bearing the brunt of our current harms. And we really need to be thinking about, well, what are the opportunities of the future? So I'm not saying every one of our cousins needs to be a coder. We still need plumbers and drain layers and ringarehe, but it's really an issue of balance. And so thinking about that, well, how do we ensure that Aotearoa Te Waipounamu is the best place to be Māori? And that kind of seems lame because it should be natural, but everyone I grew up with that lives on the GC kind of tells me it's not. It's a better place to be Māori in London, on the Gold Coast, where they're earning really good money, they're celebrated and welcomed as Māori, and they prefer it. It's better for them to be Māori overseas than it is to be Māori in their own home. And it just seems ridiculous. But then really starting to look at, just when we talk about these issues of equity and equitable futures, actually just putting some numbers to that. The equity in the Ngāi Tahu takiwā would mean an additional 400 kids getting NCEA level 3 and university entrance every year. So on top of what we're already achieving, supporting another 400 to get that tohu. And that's just an example that's a big jump. And in terms of our workforce, how do we support 2,800 Māori transitioning from low skill, lower pay, highly vulnerable jobs into those higher pay, higher skill jobs of the future? So a couple things. When you look at the challenge, so that just kind of looks at sort of employment projections over the next 5 years. So the first thing I'd say, we're looking at is a gap of time. So that sort of idea that we're going to bounce back early or go back to the way it was, that really we have a time where our economy is still sort of cooling, and then it kind of hangs out low there for a year, and then it really starts to pick up. So just that simple thing of one, we have a gap in time where a lot of those new opportunities that are going to be coming on board kind of come on board in 2023 to 2025. And you can sort of see that, we all know that, and it's not a shock to us, but just we're a younger population, so we are more vulnerable. But one particular piece there is it doesn't kind of go back to the way it was. You know, pandemics and recessions are both transformational. And so when you look at that, you can see that that yellow line is that sort of, I don't like the word, but low skill job category. Yeah, that's where half of our whānau are employed. And so when you look at that, you can see that it doesn't necessarily mean that if someone's working in a factory and they lose their job, that job comes back as the economy warms up. And it's more likely that a job in a higher skill area comes on board and the factory adapts or is adjusted by automation. So I suppose the key thing there is we don't just have a gap in time, we have a gap in skills. And that if we stay in that low skill area, where we kind of been positioned as sort of that labour fodder, then those vulnerabilities continue and are sustained. And our challenge is to go, well, how do we build new pathways to be supporting Māori progression and leadership? So upskilling is going to be key to bridging that gap. This is a kind of a nerdy piece of thing that we're still working on, but it just looks at what's called skill clustering. So it's a big data analysis of every job listing in Aotearoa that breaks it down to the DNA of skills and kind of looks at how they all interconnect. So just a simple thing when we think of things that you hear people say soft skills and hard skills or technical skills, quite sexist language. And yeah, it's kind of also a way that kind of privileges what we call sort of book skills or technical scientific skills over human skills. What we can actually see is technical skills are depreciating. So they're getting less in value, and what's raising in value are human skills, like whanaungatanga. Yeah, well, I think whanaungatanga is like the secret sauce. Yeah, as AI, as automation gets more sophisticated, something that's predictable, routine, and repetitive is easily replaced. But as matua know, if you're on a marae committee, then you know no robot's going to be able to sort out who stole the lawnmower, you know? That the real complexity we're going to see in terms of our future is human. And that whanaungatanga is a secret sauce. And being, even now, our most in-demand skill set in Aotearoa is collaborative problem solving and teamwork. And when you think about who is the best at collaboration and teamwork and working across boundaries, it's us. And so these cultural strengths actually are going to be able to position us really well into the future. So rather than thinking of our cultural values and assets as something associated with our history, they're actually the best suited to be taking us forward into the future. But the key point with this, you can kind of see, is artisan like careers that work with your hands, so construction, primary industries. Generator is food, hospo, tourism, retail. Kura is your health, coordinator, sort of business, admin. Informer is teaching, nursing, sort of professions. Designer is really sort of science, STEM. And then you have technologist, which is your sort of techie jobs. And what you can see there, just in a simple way, is the red's where Māori are, the blue is the growth in demand over between 2013 and 2018. So it just kind of shows that we've been out of balance by design, and we need to start to think around how do we create better balance for our people. And I think really that, I don't mean it in terms of a mechanistic social control way, but really to go, you know, that the opportunities our kids are encouraged towards are absolutely channeled and streamed towards certain careers, certain opportunities. Yeah, you could hold the hammer, but you can't design the building, you know, and that's been by design, and these are the things we need to overturn for our future. And in many ways too, the key thing is really that's a tohu that, you know, the rangatiratanga of our tamariki and whānau has been infringed, you know, that their ability to determine their own path and their own choice has been breached, and that other people are making decisions for them. And that's where we need to start asserting, because as you can see, We are overrepresented in areas that experience harm and are vulnerable to the future, and we are also underrepresented in areas that are going to be better insulated from the forces of future change. So it doesn't mean every one of our cousins needs to be a coder, but once we achieve balance, we kind of build a kind of level of immunity. We can kind of recession-proof our population, our whānau, our tamariki and mokopuna, so that if we've got a cousin that's a coder, a niece that's a plumber, we can kind of ride things out better than if half of our whānau is in a labouring job, which is most vulnerable to forces of change in the future. Ngā marama. Yeah, so again, yeah, things we've worked and thrived in the past. There have been disruptions, but in many ways too, like this COVID has just shined a light on what was already, things that we were already aware of, but I think it's also connected what's been happening here with what's been happening overseas. And you think of Black Lives Matter, and you think of the conversations around the colonial statues and representations of our history, that these aren't new ideas on a global stage. It's just shone a light on those cracks of inequality and the prospect of growing inequality. The difference, I think, on a global stage is really the positioning of Te Tiriti as a way out of all of this. That Te Tiriti partnership can be our superpower, and that's something that really positions us as unique on a global stage. And ka mihi ki tō tātou pirimia, me tāna aroha nui ki te tangata, that the level of empathy and empathetic leadership has been fantastic, in my opinion, but we also haven't really tackled in any way deeply systemic structural issues. And if we have systemic and structural racism and institutional racism, then we need to have systemic, structural and institutional responses. Empathy can get us far, but not tackle that kind of stuff. And so really thinking about that, this is all still a work in progress. I've got some awesome rangatahi designers. They're not so good at proofreading. And so there's a couple zeros and things like that missing, but really we're working on this and it should be finished fairly soon. But just thinking about that to go, how do we not fall into the traps of history? That we are pulled by the weight of history, that to go, Māori are great with our hands, are great labourers, let's flood more Māori into these areas, and to think about, well, our people were artisans, we're creators, we're strategists, how do we achieve balance? So not a thing of hierarchy or one over the other, but just really ones of taurite. And again, just looking at that going, well, what happens if you do an analysis of those future opportunities and you go, well, where are the things that pay over $50,000? So jobs that can support a whānau, jobs that offer opportunities of progression. You can move up, you can have on-the-job learning, jobs that are protected from forces like automation and the future of work, and jobs that are in a growth phase. And so when you look at that, what crops up rather than tree planting or shovel ready is actually a whole bunch of different careers around commerce, around science, around technology, and around health and education. And again, it's just an issue of balance. Having our whānau, social procurement, creating more opportunities for Māori enterprise in the construction and infrastructure industries are fantastic. But why don't we also complement that by having a cohort of 1,000 more Māori language teachers, which creates really good paying opportunities, opportunities where our whānau are exposed to on-job and continual learning. And then, of course, just the added benefit for our reo. So these are all things that are starting to, we haven't seen in any way in a policy, a systemic way where the resources are flowing. And how do we just start to build our own picture of what are the future opportunities like for our people? Where could we be going? And starting to understand, well, what are the key thing for me is that transferability of skills. What are the skills that you can have that can help you bounce across change? And as I said, our cultural attributes in terms of that whanaungatanga is going to be like a secret sauce that will steer our people well and help insulate them from change. We do a lot of stuff around rangatahi voice. It actually makes me really angry when you hear a lot of those stories. Yeah, the impact of streaming in education is still massive. Yeah, it's a deeply racist, archaic practice, but it causes so much hurt, you know, for young people that read that as a signal that my teacher thinks I'm dumb, therefore I must be dumb, so I'm going to act dumb and play up. And so when you map the sort of flow-on impacts of just this one little sneaky thing that kind of gets away, yeah, the flow-on impacts of that are huge and are devastating and have a real significant economic impact, both in terms of their own confidence, livelihood, progression and income, but also at a systemic level where we just keep exiting, particularly young Māori men, out of our education system and then spending all of this money trying to patch everything up later on. But just thinking about that, to go, well, what would that be like, you know, when you have hapu that are taking control over those futures, you know, are the ones that are the coaches, the mentors, and the source of inspiration, you know, and we're looking at the strengths of our rangatahi, the attributes, and in particular, you know, supporting our whānau to be pursuing their dreams and determining their own path and moving from that cycle of not just being employees, but being employers and then creating employment opportunities for their nephews and nieces and mokopuna. And it shouldn't take imagination to kind of build that picture, but the way those experiences for our rangatahi in terms of transitions can be deeply traumatic. It's something we need to work on. I'm just going to let you all read that. No, yes, as I said, think tank to do tank, that's all nice, and we're still working on some of that stuff, but really starting to look at, well, that's cool, but yeah, where's the strategy part of what needs to change, and what do we need to do differently in order to help usher kukume mai te ao hou? How do we bring that better future forward? And so just working on a bunch of targets, but I might just sort of go drill down deep. I'm not too sure how I'm going for time. Ika, te kākā wahanui o konei. Yeah, but just even within, you know, our own communities, yeah, that hapu often perceived as like service delivery arms rather than strategic partners, you know. You guys can do the pastoral care and pick the mokopuna up, as opposed to thinking about, well, what can the hapu do as your experts in terms of culturally responsive practices and to be designing how things roll in terms of systems, policies that will work for our whānau, rather than being the one that picks everyone up in a van because the teaching practice in the classroom is really poor. And also too, starting to think around, I'm not a data person, but I do think it's really important that we build our expertise, one in whānau voice, because that's the most important thing we need to understand, but also building our capabilities to start to shape and control and frame information. Yeah, it's a tool of power. And when we think about stuff, you know, statistics can tell the story of Māori underachievement and unemployment, or it can tell the story of a system that's designed to deliver inequitable outcomes. Same data, it's how you frame it and tell that story. And we kind of need to take control, otherwise we risk just being the ones that are having stories told about us rather than us determining our own future. Yeah, for our pakeke, we often talk about rangatahi, but you know, one of the biggest challenges we're going to have is actually how do we support our mature Māori that are already in work, that are either going to be caring for a growing kaumātua population or a growing tamariki population, and are going to bear the brunt. And when you talk to a lot of those whānau, in a factory, know it's going to close, have no idea what they're going to do in 3 years' time, and can't step out of the world of work, paying their mortgage, feeding the kids, to be doing a degree or retraining. You think of that, you know, there's pathways limited and constrained by lack of formal quals and the opportunities for flexible learning. And then really, how do we support our Pākeke to be lifelong learners through agile and flexible opportunities for lifelong learning. And so really that idea that you kind of do training and then you get a job and then you retire is something that is really probably false already, but has always been in decline, versus how do we kind of have that thing that, you know, you're sort of working, reskilling, maybe replenishing, having a couple years out to kind of go on your, you know, do a bit of wānanga or mātaranga, but it's that constant cycle of lifelong learning. And the key thing is that we know change is going to be coming. The only real strategy around that is, in terms of adapting to change, is learning. So we kind of have to think about how do we build that infrastructure for lifelong learning. It's just a simple thing like, how could we start to look at developing a universal basic income for whānau that are in sunset careers to be supported and paid over maybe a 1 year period where they could be retraining for a new sunrise career. So just starting to think about these kinds of transitions and how we can support that shift, because if we don't do that, we're going to end up wearing the consequences anyway. And I'm going to pick on the tertiary sector, as I assume most are here too, but yeah, we've got this opportunity with growth, with Te Pukenga, but you know that we have had a history of institutions that either haven't been supported and had the flexibility or the resourcing to tackle these issues, and also in fairness just maybe haven't even tried. You know, that commitment of transforming a history of inequitable outcomes for Māori. How do we turn that around so that our institutions, their practices, the tikanga and the pedagogy are designed to achieve equitable outcomes for Māori and supporting us through. Yeah, and just that, I almost yawn at the experience shift of culturally responsive practice because it's been around for so long, but it's still something you hear from our people, saying my name right, you know, seeing my culture on the walls and respected and being welcomed as Māori, whether in employment or in the workplace. Mihi to Otago for the fantastic work you've done around Capable NZ and, you know, really getting our Pākeke recognition for the skills, knowledge and experience they have. And that's had a massive impact on our pā people, you know, being able to get their tohu. But then also starting to think around, well, how do we build the infrastructure for a new type of education system that is flexible, agile and on job? So for all of us, we're not going to be able to step out of work for long periods of time, but really that continual process of online learning, we need agility. Ka nui te pahu i konei, hari te mea ko oti, engari ka puta a ngā marama kei te heke mai, engari te wāhanga nui whai muri mai te rā te whakatīnana. So I suppose one of the things we're trying to do is, as you say, with the think tank and do tank, how do you start to map some of these things, translate that into kind of giving us an idea, what are some of the priority actions to help make that real, and then next year with our rangatahi cohort, we start to be turning all of that stuff into real world mahi in te ao huri nei. So ka rere nei a mihi kia koutou katoa, whakahoki te rākau kororo taku tukane a Rāniera, ao ngā mihi. Aki te akera, ato mai rangi, heke ana mai, I runga o, aura ki e, au I hoki runga, Tā Moko nei, e whakati puranga, Ngā Tahu potiki, Tā Moko puna, o te waipuna mue, o te waipuna mue, Tēnā koutou. Ka rere nei a mihi ki ngā huruhuru wai, o te koro wai nei, whakarākai i te kupu. Me aku whakapāha, this is the first time I've actually not talked to a bunch of little thumbnails on a TV screen. So I've thought an hour might be long and just tere nei te rere o te kupu, engari ka rere nei a mihi ka tātai katoa, anō te ataho o te nohotahi kanohi ki te kanohi, kare Zoom ki te Zoom. Kia ora tātai.
I was watching at the back at Te Tini me te mano and all the minds were going, hey, se anō nei te wā o te pātai. Wena mena hia koutou he pātai mai ki te rangatira nei. We've got a mic that we're going to run around, so if anyone has a pātai. Kau, kai te pai, kau, ai, yes. Kia ora, Zek.
Kia ora, kia ora. Very, very inspiring. I just of many of the kids that I've worked with over the years who've been the Maui tiki-tikis that have been put outside the class, that haven't been understood. You know, if this sort of program was about a bit earlier, we'd probably have some really massive kids that have been in this space where you are right now. I guess one of the things that I really want to figure out in my mind, how does a program like this get to our schools that are hard to reach? When we're dealing with our kids that haven't got the supports that, you know, normally have. I mean, that would be interesting from my perspective. How could we reach those kids that are very talented but not understood?
Trying to remember their names. There was a really awesome piece of research it had. I think it was called Pygmalion Theory and Self-Fulfilling Prophecies, which sounds quite horrible, but the piece was, it was looking at expectations, a bunch of Māori education researchers. And so what we know is that it's actually got nothing to do with capability, that mostly it's around expectations, and they're self-fulfilling prophecies. You have high expectations of tauira, of young people, that will become a reality. And when you have low expectations, then you create outcomes that generate that. So I think that whole thing, the first piece, is it not so much a program, but to just, so how do we start to assert, you know, as whānau, how do we start to assert our rights and build advocacy? And I think even with stuff like that, how do we start equipping our whānau with information so that they've got really good, better understandings of the system and can ask that tūmoaki, that kaiako, really well-informed questions around the delivery for their mokopuna. And part of that too is, it's, you know, sort of us claiming that positioning as te tiriti partner, as an equal, and then really shifting those mindsets. And one thing we often talk about is just population demographics, you know, that we talk about disruptive changes in technology, not just the fact that we're going to be a brown majority country, you know, that soon, you know, a third of the kids coming through our classrooms will be Māori, through our tertiary institutions, through our workplaces, through the voting public. So, you know, really kind of shifting everyone's perspective on things, in particular an ageing Pākehā population, to see rangatahi as a boon, you know, as an opportunity, because their prosperity in age and in retirement is going to be carried by the tax float of a younger, thriving Māori population. And even in our places in the south, yeah, we Pākehā champions and allies, and they get that. So there's that real good intent, but I think the mix is how do we shift those mindsets, shift some of those structures and practices as well, and then even in terms of the data, and again, I'm not a data person, but what gets measured gets done. So how do we start to shift from tracking Māori underachievement to look at what's the performance of an institution in terms of equity for Māori? And it shifts the way that people view things. And I think, you know, when you shift how people discuss an issue, their mindset, you start to shift their behaviours as well. Our pōpō, I'm going to talk with Mauri Gibson from NZQA. I think I saw his boss here this morning. He did this wicked thing where he created equity metrics for Māori in STEM. And he got a bunch of kura, and you know, if they did good, they got a gold medal, silver medal, and a bronze medal. And the unintended consequence of that is it just made everything transparent and visible. You know, so people, whānau, hapu, iwi, could kind of see what was going on. The unintended consequence of that is all the bronze schools got together and go, well, okay, what are all the gold schools doing? And then they found out just little hacks. I don't really understand NCEA well, but you know, there's achievement standards and then kind of unit standards. And so they kind of found that, well, we're enrolling all our rangatahi into things that don't really count towards UE, and we can change that quite easily. And so suddenly he saw these shifts in behaviour and practice just purely through the data and through kind of creating visibility around those outcomes. So yeah, hearts and minds, hands doing the mahi as well, but I think it is a really complex piece of mahi. It's not a program, but really tackling these upstream causal issues, which is deeply embedded structural racism, systemic racism, all of that. We need structural racism, structural and systemic responses.
Kia ora. Talked about structural, systemic. What might one of those look?
We did a piece of work just around, so we did a data trawl. The IDI and just said, let's track every Māori student from the age of 5 to 25 and map out all of those pathways and those patterns. And we just thought, well, can we see where there are boosters and barriers? And a massive barrier was streaming in maths and science. So just as an example, all the literature in the world says it's a racist, archaic, barbaric thing to do, but it's still happening in like 90+% of our kura. And so all these future opportunities, when you think of our rangatira rau, and you just think of things like, you know, engineering, design, architecture, you need maths and science, and our kids are streamed out of all of these opportunities of the future. So I think as an example, that has a massive impact in terms of the opportunities, the choices, and the pathways of our rangatahi. So I think, you know, there are numerous examples you can see of that being baked in. And I think slowly we're seeing some progress. Even I heard of MOE sort of recognising kapahaka in terms of credits, you know, where you could do performing arts, but oro and kapahaka wouldn't count. So there are things that sort of tip that scale away from us, and we've got to figure out, well, how do we tackle those structural causes? Yep. We're doing a whole bunch of case studies around that, and we've found that schools that ban streaming alone and don't have any good approach and culturally responsive practices just get just as bad outcomes, versus those that go through a massive cultural transformation and then address structural issues like streaming have fantastic outcomes. And again, it's that key thing of, you know, our culture is our asset, our culture is the platform for that future growth. And as much as we can talk about science and technology, we also have to remember that creativity and the arts are going to be just as key. That, yeah, if we can't imagine an alternative to the present we have, we'll never be able to achieve that. And so it's that balance of creativity, critical thinking, and then really, yeah, that collaboration, that communication. How do we work together as people? And as I said, the simple way I think about it is the future is more human than our past. Yeah, and it's those human attributes, those Māori values that we need to accentuate more than anything else.
Is a knowingatanga the secret sauce SAUCE or SOURCE?
Oh, trust the researcher to ask a tricky question. If you look at a lot of the research around the future of work, yeah, the common pattern is the human skills. Yeah, so you'll think of, I think it was the OECD reports, every piece of research is critical thinking, creativity, collaboration and communication skills. So I think the key things to emphasize is collaboration to me is a secret sauce. In the sense of it, it's it's going to be it is a number one in demand skill in the workforce today. And again, that doesn't mean we should do that just because you'll get paid more or anything, but to go that these are attributes that, you know, as Māori we excel at. So how do we accentuate those strengths and really build on that? The other one I would also say is creativity, because, you know, if you cannot, if you don't have a plan, you become part of someone else's. Yeah, if you cannot conceive the future you want, you definitely won't get it. And that creativity is going to help us. So I did a PhD in organization structural design to figure out imagination is the problem. These aren't necessarily, you're not going to resolve it by structural solutions. We have to be able, I te kāhore he whakakitenga ka ngaro te iwi. Kingi tāwhia, what a beautiful phrase. And that's it. Yeah, if we don't have vision, the people are lost. And we have to build our arts, our creativity as well, to our capacity to imagine something beyond what we've experienced. And in many ways, we can conceive decolonization moving away from something we don't like. It's harder for us to imagine indigenization and bringing forth something that we would aspire to that we have never experienced before. Yeah. Again, a lot of that stuff says that, that humans don't get replaced by AI or machines, but things get augmented. And so the real thing is, how do we harness technology and be in a position where we are the designers, the creators, not the recipients of technology? Right? Oh, kia ora. Ngā
Tēnā koe Eru mō tō kōrero ki a mātou. You remind me of a man once said that Martin Luther King did not say, I have a strategic plan or a research plan. He said, I have a dream. And the dream is that for our people, for a better pathway for our people. Nō reira, ko koe tērā mō tātou. So nō reira, tēnā koe. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the manuhiri feedback. Kia ora. Ko koutou tērā. So I believe it's an opportunity for people just to have a kōrero, have your feedback. We good? Everyone have a good day? Ka pai o koutou rangi? Ka pai? Ka pai. So this is on my very planned out and thought out list of things to do that was given me 2 minutes ago. Kia ora, Kelly. So if anyone would like to have a kōrero, ko tēnei te wā. We'll have a research discussion about it later, eh? Yeah, ka pai? Ka pai. Ka pai. We'll leave that for now, and I know that if there's any amu, we'll hear about it later. Nō reira, koutou mai, I tēnei wā e hoa tu te rākau ki a Tini. I tēnei wā, nō reira, anei te rākau.
Their notes are my notes too. So, tēnā tātou katoa e kaurau rakatirama.
Tēnā koutou, nei rata mihi ko atu kia koutou I hui mai nei I tēnei wā I raru I te kaupapa o te wā nei, ara ko te kaupapa te rakahau Māori. So, tēnā tātou, he pairau atu te raki nei. So thank you all. I have the job to thank some people today, but I thank all of you in the room actually. I also wish to thank our paua and our taua who are amongst us today and who have graced us with their presence, their haututanga, their everything, their aroha as they do ia rā, ia wā. So e te pai, tēnā koutou. I also wish to thank our wonderful speakers for today, our presenters, our whānau in the whare. It's really inspiring, absolutely inspiring to hear each and every one of you. And I know on your shoulders and with you are your whānau hapu iwi hapuri as well, and that we bring many with us as we stand here and present and share our mātauranga or our rangahau, our whakaaro, and everything that makes us who we are. Anyway, my take right now is to acknowledge our guest speakers and our MC for the day. So without much further ado, even though Associate Professor Carla Houkamou couldn't join us tinana today, I wish to acknowledge her first and foremost as our first keynote, and also to you e te whanauka, Eru, mō tō kōrero hoki, which was absolutely inspiring. And I have to say, Te Kura Matatini ki Otago has the great privilege of working alongside tōkina taraki, ara, hapu, and obviously Te Runa o Ngāi Tahu and others, our rangatahi, in terms of helping to shape what our future might look like. So, yeah, tēnā koe, tēnā koutou. Ana he tohu aroha a ko he iti, nā te aroha. I'd also like us to give it up, please, for our MC for the day. Rā, kai a koe. Anai. And before I hand it over to Mr. Ron Bull to close for the day, I just want to put out a wee pono, a wee reminder also that we have a publication launch here, well not quite here, but on the other side of our hub, on the other side of our Pariro Tuarua, where we had our whakatau this morning of our scopes and our junctures journals, and also a book launch with regards to our experiences, our collaborative experiences under COVID. So yeah, if you are here, please join us for that celebration and the launch of those publications as well. Tēnā tātou, auraki matatu.
Kia ora te whānau. As I had the first words of the day, I need to have the last words of the day, but I can't have them without doing what Kelly told me to do. Just a couple of reminders. The whānau that are joining us for the hui tomorrow, meet down here at the Moki at about 9:30. And I'll say about 9:30 because I'm not really sharp with anything, so around 9:30ish, eh, Kelly? Sweet. And also with our name tags, as we said at the start, because we're a sustainable campus, if you take your name tag over there to Kerry, who's going to stand up and wave, she'll give you a nice, a delightful wee surprise in return for that, and we'll recycle them and use them again. So before I have the concluding karakia to finish the day and send us on our way, I'm just thinking about the kaupapa of today, which is about mātauraka, about rakahau Māori, but about kaitiaki taka. That whole idea of kaitiaki, and we're kaitiaki for some things. And from what I've heard today and participated in, I've heard three things. We have to be thankful for what we've been given. to look after, to take care of. We have to be cautious about who we give those gifts to and how they're used in the time that we're around. We have to be very cautious about what happens with them. But we also have to be ambitious about that future, and knowing that the stuff that we're taking care of, that we're kaitiaki of, that we have to build on that for our future, for those coming after us. So ambitious. So Ngāi Tahu o te mihi whakamutunga o tēnei hui hui. Ko hoki koutou ki o koutou kai ki o koutou ki raro i o koutou mauka, ka haere, ka hoki koutou ki te taho o te koutou awa. So before you go back to your homes or to those mountains that will look after you, as ours has looked after you today, before you go back to sit beside your rivers, we hope that you go kei raro i te maru o tō tūpuna o tō ariki hoki. So whatever spirit is guiding you, whatever tūpuna are looking after you, they'll guide your journey on the way home. So just the closing karakia, unuhia, unuhia. Unuhia ki te urutapu nui, ki a wātea, ki a māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairo i te arata takata. Ko i ara e roka, whakaire aki ki roka. Whakamaua kia tīna. Homi hui e. And a group photo along the front here. Kia ora.